No puedo hacerlo. Lo haremos en vivo. Lo haremos en vivo. Que se joda. Lo haremos en vivo. Lo escribiré y lo haremos en vivo. ¡Qué puta cosa!
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Taco.
¡Ay, caramba!
Maldita sea, Gary, esto es una auténtica mierda gourmet. ¿Qué sabor es este?
Así es la mezcla privada de tostado medio al jael.
Consulte la página Geek, Grind, Coffee, Nerdrotic para conocer nuestras otras opciones, como el decadente café con sabor a vainilla Feathers of Liberty. O si buscas algo más oscuro, prueba la mezcla FNT de tostado oscuro de la confraternidad. ¿Sabes qué? Solo compra los tres. geekgrindcoffee.com, utilice el código de descuento Nerdrotic.
Nerdrotic.com.
Avocados from Mexico.
Hello. Hola. Hola.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
¿Cómo se dice some Mexicans are butthurt little pussies in Espanol?
Does
anyone have the translation for that?
I don't know.
¿Dónde está el baño?
Oh, that might be it. That might be it.
Oh.
Attacking
Excuse me one moment while Garrett is
Oh.
What do you got there, Gary? A taco?
You're not going to pass tacos around? What is this?
You got to get your own tacos. Bring your own tacos, everybody. Come on.
What is this, the opening scene to Blue Beetle?
Wow.
My favorite thing about the whole debacle is that we were defending Mexican culture. The movie was being racist, and you didn't catch it. Ridiculous.
Okay.
Yeah,
I love tacos.
I think it was bold. I think it was very brave of DC to hire a Puerto Rican activist director to just make fun of Mexican culture for an hour and 45 minutes.
I know.
I think that was very bold of them to do. Yeah. So congratulations. Incredible. Can't wait to see more of that in the DCU.
Yeah, I'm amazed
Blue
at the
Beetle
number
too.
of racial stereotypes they managed to cram in about Mexicans in that movie. It was fantastic.
Just the first 20 minutes, honestly.
Yeah.
A Grand Wizard
What
couldn't
was
have
the
written
name
a
of
better.
his truck again?
The taco.
The taco. Gotcha. Okay.
A Grand Wizard couldn't have written a better script. to tell.
So for those of you that are unaware, for those of you that are unaware of why the intro is in Spanish or what we're talking about, apparently a lot of butthurt woke little fucking freaks, probably like the 2% of Hispanic culture that identifies as Latinx or Latine or whatever else fucking propaganda bullshit they're doing now, that are very active on social media. They are very upset with our Blue Beetle review. Oh my gosh, they're very mad about it. And ironically, a couple little jokes about how stupid that movie was, that is enough to get, I mean, I gotta be honest, this is probably, I gotta hand it to the woke Mexicans out there. This is probably more death threats or more threats of violence than I've had for anything I've done on the internet. And it's for something that is really nothing in the grand scheme of things. It is absolutely a no big deal that people are blowing so far out of proportion, it's laughable. Yet here we are. If you think your fucking TikTok videos, you little fucking queers out there, if you think your TikTok videos are gonna do fucking something to stop us, guess what? We're gonna double down. I think we're gonna go even harder into this dog shit movie. If fucking half of you dumb, I said this earlier, if half you dumb cocksuckers that are so fucking offended about Blue Beetle, if you actually went and saw the movie, it wouldn't be a massive fucking flop for Warner Brothers. Holy fuck. There's a lot of very poquito burritos out there, a lot of small dick pieces of shit out there when it comes to Blue Beetle. Holy fuck.
I don't
Little
think
chihuahuas.
I don't think it's enough people who actually like tacos. I don't think they like tacos.
I think they like churros, if you know what I mean.
That's a pity, because I love tacos.
I love tacos.
Tacos are great.
I got some on the way.
There you go. I've got more. I got like the big taco. I haven't had Taco Bell in about 3 years. I'm gonna pay for this. But welcome to Friday Night Tights, everybody. Blue Beetle. Can't even remember the movie. The only thing I remember is it's going to lose $150 million minimum, and it's a massive, forgettable flop like we all thought it would be. Hi, Az, how are you?
Hi. It's I got on Instagram. That's where I was besieged, inverted commas, by the taco mafia, and it was so funny because I could tell immediately that this person was totally trying to set something up, and he was just like, do you think it's fine for a white guy to take the piss out of Mexicans? And I was like, yes.
He's trying to take the piss out of everyone.
Like, well, at least you admit to being racist. And I'm just sort of like, And then he adds in one of the TikTok people who have been doing the TikTok stuff, going, he just won't apologize. And I'm sure if you're looking for an apology, you are really barking up the wrong tree, mate. But it's just like, he's totally unapologetic. So I said, I don't think we have anything to taco about.
Oh no!
And that was the thing that went under the radar, and he actually liked that message. And I was... And it's just like, well, at least you admit that you've got nothing more to say, and I just hope you don't. You're a lot less racist in the future. Like, not really, but okay.
Well.
Yeah, we've been getting a lot of that on Instagram, and but none on YouTube for the most part, and I don't see anything on Twitter. And since I'm not on
very different spaces,
blocked. That's what I think.
Yeah,
that's true.
That's probably true. So whatever. The movie sucked. It was really bad, and this is what happens when you market to demographic. And what they're doing, again, I'll state the obvious: they're exploiting your identity to shield a bad movie, and you fell into the trap again. There's a lot of woke women in Hollywood marketing departments that thank you for your service. Too bad it didn't help the fucking movie. Maybe you should have gone and watched it.
Yeah, still below 100 million, which is pretty dreadful.
Yeah, I'd be more mad about like tying an identity or a culture into a shitty movie. That'd be probably something I'm more mad about. But whatever, like or hate, whatever you want. I don't give a shit. What's up, Ryan? How are you?
I'm good. I think my tacos are close. The DoorDash driver must be a little lazy because they're a little bit late.
Jumbo, move your ass!
DoorDash.
I hope,
but yeah, I'm good. I think I already got my intro out of the way, right?
Yeah. I hope they get your order right. That's my only thing is I hope they get your order right, buddy.
Remains to be
Three
seen.
Doritos Locos tacos and 2 soft tacos. Come on, let's do it.
Yeah, I did the pack that you get. I haven't ordered there in so long, so I just like randomly chose some tacos. And there you go. It's not going to be.
I don't know. I
That's
think
the Fiesta pack.
Yes.
I think everyone's hoping the order is wrong because we just want to see Ryan's reaction to it.
Yeah, it's very highly likely.
This is like 4 hours at the gym if I eat even half of this.
And you got to get on a plane.
I'm
fairly soon.
No,
Sunday.
Even better. I'm going to let it sit for a little while, then eat it, then get on the plane.
There's nothing wrong with that. Like Taco Bell stays for days. It's all good.
Yeah, I know. It's not going to go bad.
Just put it out on the counter. We've proven this.
Hey, Quarter Black, good morning.
Hey, man, I didn't get all of this heat from the Hispanics because I think I was rocking that mustache at the time, and I already kind of passed for a Mexican as is.
Kinda.
Even to the fact one of my best friends, known me for decades. All right, he texted me, "Hey, there's these guys talking about your show," and I just said, "Hey, he's already part Mexican." And I said, I'm not Mexican. Oh, what? I'm calling you out, John. Freaking.
All right.
So I flew right onto that radar. It was perfect.
I want to know, how many tacos do you need to eat to identify as a Mexican?
I mean, one a day at least.
One a day? I think I could do
per Blue Beetle.
Yeah, according
and
to
you need
Blue
to
Beetle.
learn how to make salsa on the porch.
One per every person that his family killed in the film.
Okay, by the way, mad respect. Making salsa on the porch is a skill that I wish I knew.
That's pretty good.
I love salsa. Yeah.
I'd like an abuela to tell me how to make some salsa.
Right now. Hi, Shad.
Hey, how are you, Gary? Sorry I was a little late. I was busy trying to review The Wheel of Time.
You poor bastard.
Oh, gosh.
You masochist.
So yeah, I was just able to finish recording the review for the second episode. I'm working from my laptop, and the episode 1 review is rendering, and it's taking bloody forever.
Then it'll take forever to upload too, because you're in foreign internet.
Gosh.
Yeah.
I'm doing my best, and wow, it's as bad as season 1 so far. We're 2 episodes in, and
shocking.
What a lousy, pathetic show that they fundamentally do not understand the franchise, the character, the story. It is just sad to see what they're doing. Like, characters doing just completely contrary things. And then even if you didn't even know the source material, there are some really blatantly stupid things. Like, okay, I'll try and pass something by you guys. Let's see if you can pass the intelligence test, okay?
Wow.
So a guy comes to you to give you information, and he reveals that some of the most dangerous evil creatures have been following him. They're called Murdrel or Fade, and you yourself you're a great enemy of these evil things, and they would be vastly more interested in killing you than this random guy. And they've been following him, and so therefore there's a really good chance that they now know where you are. So what do you do then? What would be your course of action after getting this information?
Find the nearest woman.
Okay. Right. You are very
cheating,
correct,
Gary.
You're actually very correct, Gary. But in this instance, the character is a woman. They are already a woman. Yes.
You find more women. I think that is the play.
Find more women.
Well, luckily for you, there are 2 other women where you're staying.
Thank
who
God.
are also great magical using people. So now you have more women. Then what do you do? Do you go with those women to perhaps like?
No, you have the women fight.
You create a game called Starfield by Bethesda.
Did a lot of women work on that?
Yeah, you have the women fight.
There's just women in the game, and that's it. It's just.
So what you're telling me is that you wouldn't you wouldn't go on your own away in the night, completely defenseless with no protection. You wouldn't do that?
No, that's always
that
the
wouldn't be
best
the first
option. What are you talking about?
No, not the first choice.
What are you, taco boat?
Well, that's exactly what one of the characters does after learning.
I'd
that
actually go to their
they're fine. They have Vab's guards, so they're good.
We're talking Wheel of Time, so I'd get as many women as possible and go back to where the bad guys stay and live, and just have them kill them all easily.
Yeah, you'd think that would be the smart course of action, but no. Instead, this woman who actually can't use the magic anymore, she's helpless. She decides to run off on her own by herself, and wouldn't you know it, she ends up getting attacked by those very Murdrel that she knew were outside. But because she is a woman, Gary, she ends up just killing one with a dagger in like the most cheap.
Oh, you mean like in the Rings of Power?
Did she do some flips first?
Yeah.
No. She just turns around, stabs it in the jaw. You see the knife coming out of its mouth, and it dies from being stabbed in the jaw. Not the head, not anything actually lethal. It gets stabbed in the jaw and it dies. And these creatures, by the way, in the books, they don't die when you decapitate them. They still fight when you decapitate them. But here in the show, she stabs it through the jaw and it just drops down dead. It's like, come friggin' off it. Have these guys even read the books?
No. The answer is no.
Jennifer Salke is the new Kathleen Kennedy. She is a freaking idiot. She is and this is according to people who used to work under her. She's the one who's taken over the wheel. She didn't get the rights to Wheel Time. She didn't get the rights to Rings of Power. She didn't even get the rights to The Boys or Invincible, although she's taken all the credit for that. She should take the credit for it. She put her meaty little grubby fingers into both franchises, Wheel of Time and Rings of Power, because she wanted her name on it. She, usurped the creative direction. I don't know what the Wheel of Time's creative direction was. Doesn't sound like there was ever a direction, to be honest with you. But it was different.
It actually was a direction. It was to explore polyamorous relationships and inject his feminist agenda. I'm not kidding. Those are quotes from the showrunner Rafe Judkins. That was the purpose.
God, I remember when The Expanse did that in its 5th season and spent 2 entire episodes showing a happy polyamorous family that breaks up at the end. Which is what happens with all of them.
Yes, that's exactly what happens to all of them.
There's a pointless scene in episode 1 where a character walks in to a group of people having a threesome just because reasons, and then there's
wait. In Wheel of Time.
Wheel of Time, and so these are
does this
middle-aged
two dudes, one woman.
All right, so
exactly,
does,
yep.
Is
And
this Baldur's
middle-aged older
Gate?
women.
Shad, does this happen in the books?
No. Like and when relationships
Is there any? Are the books like do they have sex in them? Like,
oh well, it's referred to, but it's not explicit. Wheel of Time is
so
actually
it's not
really
as bad
modest.
as like A Song of Ice and Fire, which does have
No.
It's a modest story.
It's a very modest story, which is why what they are doing in the show is such an insult to the material. It's like sexualizing Lord of the Rings. And so then they have a scene where that a woman who is in the threesome, who is this middle-aged older woman, right? Then she starts to encourage and explain how you can get into a threesome. It's like, yeah, you just, this is how you get into the flow. That's in the show, unironically. So there we go.
Honestly, it might be the most useful thing in the show.
but that's unironically what the showrunner wants to do. He's hijacking someone else's work, someone else's legacy to explore his own kinks and his own agenda, and it's insulting in the extreme. And so
a lot of that going around.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
My review is coming out hopefully soon.
I am utterly shocked. I am. This is my shocked face. Welcome, Shad. Quite an intro there.
It's good to be here.
Hello. It's good to have you here, buddy. I can't wait to see you. Oh, hey, thanks.
Dude, yes.
Oh, did you go buy Taco Bell and get more tacos?
More tacos.
I got tacos. So we're loaded in tacos right now, lady.
Oh, wow.
It's going to be fun.
You can take them on the plane.
Okay, so
you'll be really popular.
Somebody want to come over and have some tacos?
Taco them on the plane.
Yeah. Okay. Where was I? I can't wait to see you, Shad, in England. And
can't wait to see you.
Hello, Ian.
Hello, Gary. How are you, sir?
I am. I'm ready to talk about stuff.
Oh, I am too. I just started reading The Wheel of Time at this point in time, I was 5 chapters in so far.
You know what?
I decided to check out the first episode of season 1, and not even 2 minutes in, I'm like, wow, this is nothing like this book. It is hilariously awful.
I started the book, but I haven't got to the intersectional feminism and the 3 ways yet.
Neither have I. It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's kind of surprising.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm looking forward to talking more about Ahsoka because this episode was fucking stupid.
Oh, thank God!
Big time.
You know what? It was short and it was still too long.
Oh, seriously? When I was watching it the first time, it felt like it was an hour, and I checked the time on time code. I was like, "This is only 35 minutes." It's like, holy shit!
Yeah, they were trying to make it longer.
The ship combat scene felt like it was 30 minutes long.
Yeah, it did.
Dude, I edited all the cockpit scenes out. And if you watch just the ship scenes, it's literally the same shit over and over again.
It is.
Yes.
It is that bad.
It is. Oh, look.
You just hate strong women.
Well,
yes, clearly.
I mean, aside from that, look who's back.
People. Hello. Yes, I am back from my trek all over the Alps, and I'm kind of glad I was away for all this taco talk. I would have gotten hungry. I didn't get a taco. I have one, but I can't reach it. But I do have a chihuahua.
Hey, that's close enough.
There you go.
Dinner tonight. It's fine.
Get your
Extra girl. That's not entirely true.
What do you mean?
She has
everything that you just said. Then
well,
wasn't
no, she
entirely
has
true.
Can I reach my taco?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
X-ray girl, you have a form of a taco in your hands right now. You can just.
Yeah.
Yeah, just go at it.
I think I'll actually get sampled by the Asians.
You can kill two
that's the original,
stereotypes.
like Chrissy.
It's the original taco filling for your people.
Kind of
Two stereotypes.
Next week, it's going to be
dog,
the Asian
you know?
people mad at us.
I don't know. I got some messages, and they're like, "As the only POC, you said nothing to defend us." I was like, "Well, y'all think I'm white anyways on Twitter, so it's fine."
And also, have you ever watched this show? I don't talk. That's the other criticism.
Yeah.
I haven't checked Instagram. I have no idea if I've been getting hate or not. So
just
you'll
I don't
probably
care,
find
honestly.
some.
Yeah. I did see some, criticism of X-Ray Girl that she didn't talk enough, and it's like, you guys really don't get it, don't you? You do not understand.
You don't need to talk.
You obviously don't watch this show. And I'd like to yes, as
I was just gonna say, when not the extra girl, this isn't you. This is the person that Shad's talking about. When you sound like a rat fucking a drain pipe, you shouldn't talk either. Okay?
Like, I mean, yes. He has one of the worst, most irritating voices I've ever heard.
Yeah. Oh, and you just made his year by talking about him.
Taco about him.
Taco about him. Well, we're here to talk about a lot of stuff, but we have a guest who, quite frankly, it's all my fault. Should have had him on a long effing time ago. Little Platoon. Brilliant YouTuber.
How dare you wait this long? I've been offended for all of a year. And now, it turns out the one that I join on, you've declared war on Mexico. So that's...
Genuinely.
Thank you very much.
I like listening to you so much right now.
Oh, I'm from Papua New Guinea, mate. Don't worry about it.
Well, at least you finally admit it.
Yeah.
Why don't you sound like him, Az?
What's up with that?
Platoon sounds cultured and refined, like a true man of gentlemen. You sound like you sound like you're from Flea Bottom with, like, I don't know.
I'm common. All right,
he's a working man. He's a redneck.
Every place has gone north, okay? And Az is from all the norths. He is.
Yeah, you guys have the Mason-Dixon line, and we have the North-South divide. So
what'd you just call me?
What?
See, it's like whenever Platoon speaks, it just sounds like he's saying, "I'm better than you."
Yes.
It's so great.
It's even what his fucking avatar is. Like, look at him.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I'm already fucking over today. So.
He's all, well,
You're building Lego already?
I have this excellent...
I'm building Tom Paris from XO6.
Oh.
But there you go, you see.
Very nice.
More interesting than
I always thought he was a little gay.
I think it's weird. So I think it's because you guys don't have guns in your country, but when Az has a specific knife for opening things, and it is a random massive kitchen knife for like no apparent reason. It's like if I get to use any sort of thing that could almost be classified as a weapon, I have to go big or go home. That's kind of how it feels.
I mean, quite frankly, that's the weapon of choice on the streets of London.
That's true.
Yep.
They're desperate to ban them as well. They just want to ban.
I know, it's so funny.
They want to ban knives. Okay.
By the time you guys
just eat mushy peas.
They want to ban kitchen knives.
Yes, that's ridiculous.
You don't need kitchen knives for mushy peas.
Yeah, they want to ban. This is a kitchen knife. This is cutting up meat. They want to ban those.
Could you have a pocket knife in, like, just walking around? Is that acceptable? Like a normal pocket knife?
There are weird rules about that. So one of them is if it's deemed by anyone watching as something necessary for your job, yes. If not, no. But if your job is literally going around the street stabbing people, then I think you would be allowed.
Yeah, there you go. That's fair.
There's quite a few people employed with that job.
It's deemed
lots of money.
It's deemed by the observer, or like the cop who sees it.
I think it would be the cop. So if the cop challenged you, then you could say, well, I work on...
I'm an electrician. I need this razor blade. Like,
well, the first thing I would say to the cop is, you look like a lesbian.
It's the same rule with... Don't say that to the cops. You will get arrested. But it's the same rule with self-defense, like home defense in this country. If you use any kind of implement or weapon for home defense, the police have to look at that and say that is something that you would believably have had to hand. So if you pull out a gun, which you're not supposed to have, obviously, then your self-defense of your home is not allowed. If, however, you have a rake by your door and you use the rake to hit someone, that is a believable object to have had to hand. So you can rake people in the face, but you can't defend your home with a shotgun. So
what if I attached razor blades to the rake? Would it still count?
No, you would have to prove a very, very good use for those razor blades on the rake.
I was
like
trying
really, really stubborn weeds or something. And then,
tilling up the ground.
It's similar in big cities in America.
Az's job requires opening lots of boxes, and so would that qualify? Like, I need a knife to open boxes.
I think that would qualify.
I need a 9-inch kitchen knife to open boxes.
This is what I go out with.
Leatherman, yes.
A Leatherman.
Nice.
All right.
So
classic, reliable. Multi-tool.
Yeah. There you go. I mean, everybody listening on Spotify can...
They're gonna go in Spanish.
It looks like a Leatherman.
So as held up like a Leatherman multi-tool, which is
and a giant dildo.
He's holding it up like it's a fucking like it's a gun or something. Like we're supposed to be impressed. Like,
it's got a holster.
This is what I go out with right here.
He's making pew pew sounds.
Yeah, his dildo's like in a 6-gun holster. Leatherman. Yeah. It actually has bullets in it. It's crazy.
You know, as if you were in the Star Wars universe and you were holding that little knife and I had a gun and I was like, 20 feet away and all I had to do was just stand there and shoot you to kill you. Probably what I would do, I would run up right next to you and just let you stab me for no apparent reason in the middle of space.
First you would shoot at the knife, not
shoot at the knife with his arm.
Ping, ping.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
She can't reach. So get closer. She can't reach. By the way, Gary, you better be careful about calling police officers lesbians because that whole incident was in my area.
Oh, wow. Dude, I am going to make a video of me just pointing at cops and going, that looks like a lesbian. That looks like a lesbian.
like the squishy, I'm going to squish your head. I'm going to squish your head.
You look like my lesbian grandmother is what she said.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. Oh, I know. And she was special needs, and it was fucked up. And they she was under distress. They grabbed her. Like, what a piece of shit. What a piece of shit. But that's what we're getting for cops now, thanks to the Summer of Love. And I'm sure like Europe really appreciates our Summer of Love spreading over to your continent because like so many people just need to copy us because I mean America is rad. They even copy us when we're fucking dumb. So
some of them copy us, some of them just sneak across the border here. Whatever.
Well, yeah. I mean,
somebody eating dinner?
Didn't
Yes, I am.
Can you scrape your cutlery more on the plate, please?
Jesus.
It's very good.
I've
been busy all day, guys. I've been reviewing and recording and
Shad.
editing, and
you have a fucking mute button.
Yeah.
Hit the mute. Shad, and I'm not kidding. I have seen a straight up kitchen prison riot start over somebody scraping their fucking fork too much on a dish. And they kept doing it.
Oh my god!
And it started the worst fight. It was terrible.
When all you have is peace and quiet, and that gets interrupted, you'll do anything to get it back.
Yes.
With that warning, I'll try and mute myself in between bites.
I've seen people bleed over that. All for like Salisbury steak.
Ugh. That's a treat.
Well, in the UK, it probably is. It's probably 5-star dining, but
Jeez. I'm gonna make you beans on toast.
Go make some beans on toast. That's practically Mexican food for over there. So.
No, I'm gonna make you beans on toast.
Oh, I'll eat it. I'll eat it. If I eat,
I know you will.
Whatever. So, hey, Disney's had a great week. No, they've had a great month. No, they've had a great year. But
to date.
Not to talk about the sports ball too much, because quite frankly, I don't care. But last night, Ryan dropped a video about this. If you haven't watched it, please go watch it. Disney, in the middle of this fucking firestorm, did probably the dumbest thing. Like other companies, the Access Media, the Writers and Actors Guild, like everybody smells blood in the water with Disney right now. And Ryan will tell the story, but was it the premiere of college football or a college football game?
So it was basically like the third game of the season for it was basically the prime time kind of college football opening. That's what it felt like. 8 p.m. Eastern on ESPN
on Thursday. Thursday night, that's
Thursday night.
Big deal.
And right as it rolls around, it clicks over to 8 p.m. A big warning appears on the screen that says, hey, Disney has, pulled this from our broadcast. We can't come to an agreement to continue carrying ESPN and Disney. This is so Charter Communications, Charter Spectrum. Almost everyone just calls it Spectrum in terms of cable. They serve almost 15 million people in the United States. So when you're talking about all the different cable subscribers, that's about 20% of ESPN's cable reach when you're talking 15 million people, and all of a sudden it's gone. And effectively what happened is that Disney, while going into streaming and while admitting that they want to do an ESPN streaming platform, they also see their TV revenue falling and advertisers fleeing because more people are cutting cable, which means less money for Disney, and which means less money advertisers are willing to pay to be on those same platforms. So what does Disney do? Ironically, they did the same thing they did for their streaming service. They saw people canceling. They saw that not a lot of people are tuning in, and they raised the fucking prices. What they attempted to do for cable television as well. They went to Spectrum. They demanded an enormous increase in order to keep their channels. And they didn't want to go with what Spectrum wanted to do, was essentially allow people to decide what they wanted in their cable package. They wanted to guarantee that every person that signed up for Spectrum had all the Disney channels in a bundle. They weren't willing to let them drop one or the other or piecemeal. And Spectrum said, all right, fuck it. We're not playing that game. We want to have you guys here, but we're not paying that price. We want to be fair to consumers. And we see the writing on the wall. We know with everybody going into streaming, eventually, this is going to be obsolete. And if we continue to bend over and get fucked by companies like Disney, we're going to be left with nothing. And so they're basically saying, no, Disney tried to call their bluff and it didn't work because it wasn't a bluff. They have now said, we are willing to get out of the video industry because if we have to continue doing deals like Disney wants us to do, it won't be profitable.
Wow.
It's a fucking stupid move. And
Stock's
right,
down
the way
$81.
That was over, like it dropped $2 overnight, and Ryan pointed it out that was because of this. And those dual statements, Disney just looks bad right now. Disney just like on the Spectrum cable.
Yeah.
Incidentally, I'm blacklisted from them. I'll tell that story later.
I legit thought you were saying incidentally, I'm black.
No.
And I was just like, why? Where?
It's 2023, as you can do whatever you want.
In California, I could not sign up with them. So we'll get to that. It's a funny story, but they lost. They look fucking good. They just came out and they came out hard, saying like, no, Disney's like jamming us up, and this is the cable model dying before our eyes. Is it gonna die overnight? No, because sports still carries most of it. But what as Ryan said, Disney announcing that, hey, we're going to do streaming with ESPN is kind of like James Gunn announcing, oh, we're going to reboot our entire universe and nothing counts for the next fucking 2 years.
Yeah,
it's the same
but
thing.
Please go watch The Flash because it's really great. It's really great.
And it's not just, we should point out, it's not just Disney whose stock has fallen today. It's almost every entertainment company that's involved in linear television, right? And it's because of this statement by Spectrum. It's showing what the future is going to be, and they're basically throwing up a big red flag to everyone. And we should have known this, and a lot of people have been talking about it. As you continue to push for streaming, that will inherently change linear cable. People have been cutting the cord for years, but now that streaming isn't successful, now that streaming is losing hundreds of millions of dollars for virtually everyone involved in it, now they're like, oh, fuck, we kind of need that linear TV too. But as they're moving away from it, they're trying to charge more for that thing to offset their streaming losses. And the first cable company, and I think there will be more, has said, hey, this is not sustainable because in a couple years, no one's going to, if you do this, if you continue to make us have these kind of archaic practices of bundling TV and cable and not letting people pick and choose like they can with streamers, if you continue to force us into this, we might as well just not do it anymore because eventually enough of our customer base is going to walk away.
Yep.
Isn't there another side to that? So that I'm very much on the periphery of the streaming wars types content, but it sounds to me, given that Disney, Netflix, and others are trying to introduce ad packages alongside subscription, because one of the few parts of their business which actually make money is when they are allowed to sell ads. And given that it's not impossible, they might also try to tie people into contracts in the manner that cable TV does. If they're pricing cable TV networks out of content that they own, shifting it entirely over to a subscription-based model, which is then trying to replicate the basic form and function of cable TV, isn't that more like a hostile takeover than just an accident? That seems to me more like Disney saying, we're going to have all of this. We will change the business model of Disney Plus itself, so we'll actually have the best of both worlds in terms of ads and subscribers, and you won't be able to run any of our content because you are technically a competitor now, and so that's it for us. Is that at all believable as a strategy?
I think that's like a to the next level way of looking at it. But overall, yeah, like Disney wants to like have their cake and eat it too. They want to have their own platform for their own shit and not share it with anyone when it comes to streaming. But then when it comes to linear TV, as fewer and fewer people are doing this, they're trying to like basically, put these guys like put their boots on them and say, you're going to do this. You want Disney, right? While at the same time saying in 3 to 4 years, we're not going to need you. So it's weird. And there's a reason why this thing that happened today is a big deal for the entire entertainment industry, because it could result in more than just Disney and Spectrum. All these contracts are supposed to come up with all these other companies as well. And there's going to be a lot of things that need to be figured out.
Yeah, we're in this massive paradigm shift. So aside from live sports, which the streamers are going to figure out, and like Amazon and YouTube is already encroached on with getting Sunday Ticket. Like that's the beginning of the end right there. And ESPN not going to work that great as a streaming service. It's just I don't think woke ass ESPN is anything people are going to want to pay for. It'll probably be shoved into some other streaming service later on. I heard you talking earlier, Ryan, and I totally agree. In the very near future, there's going to be fewer streaming services. More of the studios, if they want to survive, will want to license out. And what streaming services are left will all have ads. All of them. There will be no way to avoid them.
And I don't think that's the way they necessarily want to do it.
No.
But I think that because they're all introducing these ad-based tiers and no one's switching to them.
Yeah.
People would rather pay $14.99 a month to have no ads than pay $7.99 a month with ads. And that's a problem for these companies because they have now realized that they can make 5, 6, 7 times as much money off somebody with this $7.99 tier, but run ads with them as they can on the other subscriber. So I think eventually, in a couple of years, you're not going to have no ad tiers. They're just going to put them in, and you're going to have to fucking deal with it.
It's going to be the
well,
movie.
They're going to keep trying to raise the prices on the non-ad tiers in order to persuade people or to induce people to move across. And there will come a point beyond which people are not willing to pay anymore. But then the problem that many of these content providers have is that the content they have isn't really worth paying for to begin with. So if ESPN is already losing quite a lot of money, which I understand that it is, and you're telling people, well, we're now going to move it over to this platform, which you have to pay more for, or you have to pay more for and have ads for it. And then you look at ESPN and you say, well, it's been shit for a while anyway, so surely there's a better and cheaper and alternative somewhere that I can go and pay less for with fewer ads. And then you move across, and then ESPN sort of dies a slow death in the corridors of Disney.
Yeah, I think a la carte is the future. Like, we're gonna find a show. I'll buy that show. I don't mind paying for a few bucks for a show just to even rent it. It's fine. I'd much rather just do a la carte. Otherwise, physical media. That's the way to go.
Yeah, and that's kind of, if you read between the lines of what Spectrum is saying, that's kind of what they want to allow customers to have. They want to allow customers to decide which channels they want instead of being stuck in a massive bundle where you're paying for stuff you don't want. Like and they think that's a way they can retain more. And basically, instead of this massive drop off at some point, have a very slow change to the way linear television is done. Because as of today, it's now obsolete, with the way these things are happening.
It's been declared,
Yeah.
It's weird to me that they would ever think that subscription services could make more money than throwing ads and commercials. Why would they completely switch the entire business model of Hollywood to something that will not make as much money as merchandising, as licensing your movies out?
So
it's silly to me.
It's in the beginning, because I was actually working in Hollywood when this was starting, right? So it was supposed to be. It wasn't supposed to completely take over at first, but then they recognized it was going to completely take over. So their attitude was, this is just like AI. This is a train we cannot stop. So we have to find a way to monetize it. Sony ended up being kind of the smartest company, because they tried it with the PlayStation Network and completely failed. And they're like, we're not doing that shit anymore. So we're going to license everything. And that's why they're fine. Disney.
A ton of people are canceling their PlayStation Online too.
Yeah.
I did. By the way,
I did as well.
Yeah, it's well, shit. We were just talking, Garrett, about Adobe. Subscribing. I fucking hate subscribing.
I hate it.
I liked owning my Adobe, loading into my computer, my Premiere, my Photoshop. I hate freaking cloud.
The constant updates, and it's always running in the background, and there's like 15 different programs when you'd only need the one.
Yeah, so that's what's going to be. I mean, like, oh god, the bandwidth and everything that's involved with this is nuts. And also, as a kind of a movie nerd, the audio on most streaming sucks balls. It's fucking terrible. It is just.
And the HD sometimes ain't even HD.
It's not HD.
It's just blown up to be HD.
It's not.
So
it's Ultra HD, hyper.
In terms of ads being far more profitable, when Netflix really started out and becoming a big thing, because that's the model everyone's been trying to duplicate. They were raking in crazy amounts from subscriptions, and so I think that just misled everyone, where they wanted to duplicate the Netflix model, but they
there's a couple of bits as well. So you have immense amounts of money that Netflix rakes in as basically the monopoly provider, and everyone else looks at that and says, "Hey, that would be great." But the other benefit of subscriptions, at least if you're selling subscription-based models as any kind of investment proposition, is that this isn't one-time only income. This is stable income. These are people who are going to be spending the same amount of money every single week, every single month. It's guaranteed. And if you look at just the last 4 years of subscriber growth since coronavirus hit, look, it's almost unending. It's exponential growth, exponential and guaranteed profit going forward. It starts to sound more like a pyramid scheme as you start to say things like, well, the more people who invest, the more money you're going to make. And of course, they'll keep investing because they'll keep making money. But that is the sales prospectus that was offered. And they could borrow immense amounts of money to set it up because we had ultra low interest rates for a very long time. And also you had people locked in their homes for the better part of 2 years, which meant that everyone was streaming. So it looked fantastic to everyone. And so then you get Disney turning around and saying, well, we want a slice of that particular pie. And Apple turns around and says, well, we could probably do that as well. And Amazon, of course, gets involved as well. And then lo and behold, people are unlocked. People start going away. There's more competition. And actually, most of the shows you don't really watch. So people will subscribe to Netflix for a couple of months when Stranger Things is out, and then they'll drop out again because there's nothing else really they want to see. And then the actual business proposition becomes laid bare. And the actual proposition is very, very dicey at best. And it's costing a lot of money. And it's probably not going to make back the amount of money that you've borrowed, especially now with the added interest. So people are starting to realize the unworkability of their very, very brave, bold new idea, which is why they're now replicating all the worst features of the old regime. Ads, yeah, great. Contracts, even better. Let's do cable, but do it online instead.
You're right.
Yeah, and the other big factor when it comes to everyone looking at Netflix, the reason Netflix was able to be successful like that is because they, for the most part, right? Now, they obviously got into it later. They weren't creating their own content. They were purchasing shit they were purchasing the rights to shit that was already established. That already had people that watched it, or that you all of a sudden got 150 episodes of it on there. What all these streamers are doing now is, yes, they have some of their old content up there. Some of it's still licensed out to other places for who knows how long, but they are being forced to create their own content to keep people subscribed, which is costing Disney billions of dollars every quarter. When you have She-Hulk that costs $225 million, Secret Invasion that costs $212 million, and you have no idea if those things are going to be successful. You're doing this for 6 episodes of a show. And that is now the cycle that they're in. The reason Netflix was able to do that is because they licensed things out, which is good for everybody. These people who already put all the money and were successful on television, getting ads, all this shit for 7 seasons, sell the rights to Netflix. They'll pay you 30, 40 million bucks for something that they know has some tangible value, but they're not investing hundreds of millions of dollars in every single series that they create. And now with all these streamers out there being forced to do that, it's completely untenable.
And they were so far ahead of the game. I mean, Netflix was first, but let's go back 20 years to Napster and Kindle. When those started popping up, everybody knew that was coming for their industry. It was going to be digitized, and it was going to rock it and shrink it. The music industry has never been the same. It just hasn't. Publishing hasn't been the same. Simon & Schuster, they blocked a merger. I forgot who was with. The government blocked a merger, so now they're just being sold. Simon & Schuster, one of the biggest publishers ever, is being sold off now, and not that many people want to buy it. I think it'll get sold, but it's not as important as it used to be. And Hollywood's now going through that. And they're going to have to basically, Hollywood is losing control to Silicon Valley, and they hate it. And that's a lot what's behind the strike that has no end in sight, by the way, just zero end in sight.
How many times have they come to the table? I feel like it's been like 2 or 3 times, and every time they're completely off page. They're not on the same page at all.
The writers, all the unions are hysterical right now. They're being a little hysterical, and the producers aren't super aligned. That's the problem. Is these are competitors, and even Barry Diller came out today and said, "Fucking studio should just go stop being in the same room. Go negotiate a separate deal." You know, and I promise you, Netflix will probably be first.
Well, that's what's happened, though, isn't it?
AMC did something.
Yes.
AMC made a separate deal, and they're continuing a couple of their. I know, like the Daryl spinoff is like continuing production. A couple other things too. Yeah. So AMC has already done that in a way.
Yeah. So that's going to happen, and nobody's going to win after this because it's a purge. So all these so many of the writers that are on strike right now, you're going to be without a job forever. This was it. You're done. Because most of you don't deserve to be there. Sorry. It's not sorry. You have to be talented. You have to be talented. It's not like the Force in Ahsoka now. Not everybody can fucking do it.
If you try hard enough,
it'll work.
You can try.
Stupid.
That is. We haven't even talked about Ahsoka.
But yeah, we haven't got there yet.
Just on Netflix though, Netflix is still a really advantageous position because unlike a lot of the other major studios involved in negotiations with these strikes, Netflix can theoretically say to any given union, "Yeah, sure, we'll accept many, if not most, of your demands," and then very quietly on the sly say, "We're also really increasing investment in Netflix Japan and in Netflix Korea." And lo and behold, a quarter of our content is now going to come from overseas, which is not bound by the union negotiations. So we've accepted the point.
Substantially better in quality.
Yeah, and exactly. And that's largely because it's not part of the same unionized writing team. But they can say that. They can effectively undercut a number of other studios by setting this precedent, which is, yes, we will accept to pay union members much, much more, but we can also uniquely use them much, much less than you have to. So I wouldn't be surprised. It's a combination of Netflix and San Francisco rent prices will bring this to an end. But I don't really see that the other studios have a huge amount of leverage at this point.
They don't.
Well,
there was an article.
They're also dinosaurs.
I think the studios don't. The studios are waiting a long time. Like, the studios are not taking these negotiations seriously. That's what I think.
Yep.
And it's because they want to drastically change things. They want the ability to cancel a lot of these projects and get rid of a lot of these people they promised massive deals to that they know aren't successful anymore. Like, that, you're already starting to see some of those things happen. And I think they want to use that as an excuse. And so they're not very serious about coming back to the table right now. They
will be probably towards the end of the year, but you're right, Brian. Force majeure. That is, they are enacting it, and we're seeing. Look for a lot more shows to get canceled. Just that this is only the beginning. Even if after they make a deal, they will be shutting shows down. They don't have the money. I'll never forget a friend of Chris Gore when I was in LA back in November. We were meeting at the 35er, and he just goes, "I just got back from a WGA meeting, and like Hollywood's out of money. They're just out of money. They don't have any.
They're so screwed.
They're screwed." So, and here we are, almost a year later now, and they still don't have any money. Wow. And you want to know why? It's because they produce gems like Ahsoka.
Yep.
And remember what happened
Their own damn fault.
At the last Warner Brothers Discovery shareholders meeting, where David Zaslav said, yeah, actually, because of the strike, we haven't had to pay out a lot of these things that we expected to. So we actually made a little bit more than we thought. Like, they actually admitted that. Now, then he followed up with, but, we're hoping to get, back to work soon. We find a good resolution. But they admitted that since they weren't having to pay out a lot of this money for productions that they would have normally been planning on doing, they didn't lose as much money that quarter.
No, and the shareholders are certainly happier with. They're not super happy, but Zaslav was the most hated guy in Hollywood until Iger piped up recently in the strike, and now he is the most hated guy in Hollywood. It's fucking hilarious. Papa Iger came back. How well has he done? Not really well. They won't even he won't even take part in the meetings now. And he's like, "Oh, I was never to take part in the meetings." No, the last time you took part in the meeting, you pissed everybody off. It was so
like, "Hey, Bobby, can you sit this one out, please?"
Enemy number one for all of the writers and all of the actors. It's been really wild.
Yeah, when they were backing this guy, and quite frankly, he was pretty friendly to creatives. He's the one who brought in all this DEI. And then they just turned on you. See, woke employees.
What do you think the wolves in the door?
Yep.
They came and back you in the ass.
Yep.
Dude, they didn't open the door. They opened the whole fucking building front. They just let
the entire farm.
Yeah.
Like, hey, you want to come and just take over the farm?
What's that?
What do you reckon the budget is for Ahsoka?
They're trying to say it's like 120 million. Bullshit.
Okay. All right. No, let's play that game. 120 million. Okay.
Sure.
How many new subscribers is it going to bring in?
-5.
Right. Okay. None. I think can we I mean, are we okay with saying none?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's tough to tell. I mean, they've lost about 15 million subscribers over the past 9 months. So
okay. What I'm trying to say is, regardless of whether it does, the negatives negating it anyway. So you're going to see no change in numbers because of it.
It's a net loss.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
120 million fucking pissed up. You've got The Equalizer 3 at the cinema.
Yeah.
That is a budget of 70 million. That is the third of a series which has been essentially spread over 10 years now with Denzel. That film has just done 3.8 million in its preview day. That's needs to make about 200 million. That might be slightly high. 200 million to break even. This is going to probably do 3.5. It's going to make like 150 million profit, most likely, based off projections so far. And that's how you fucking do it. And that's a third film in a franchise, which I think we can just all say isn't exactly the most popular. Isn't in the public sphere per se, but it's got a great lead in Denzel Washington. They're brilliantly made. This third film The cinematography is outstanding. It's one of the most gorgeous looking movies with beautiful shots. The sets are all there in terms of the location that they filmed on. It's a classic spaghetti Western story. Stranger comes into a village. The village is under attack by the bandits, and the stranger helps fight them. Classic fucking tale.
Yeah, and it's also based off of a 80s TV series too.
Yeah, an 80s TV series with Edward Woodward that waited nearly 30 years before they rebooted it. 30 years after that finished to reboot it with Denzel. And here we are. It's started off on fire. 3.8 million on a preview weekend for the Equalizer 3 on the preview.
To put it in perspective, Blue Beetle did 3.3 million on Thursday.
There
so
you go.
Equalizer's probably set for 30 to 35 million opening weekend. We'll see what it does.
And the Equalizer's in, I think, about 700 theaters less than Blue Beetle as well.
And probably doing a lot better.
None of them can hold a candle to T Swift, though. Yeah, Taylor Swift.
The cult, man.
Dude, 24 hours pre-sales for her limited release. Not something that's in 4,000 theaters. Something that might be in like 1,800 or 2,000 theaters that had limited screenings available. $37 million total pre-sales in the first 24 hours. Put that in perspective, The Force Awakens was 20 million. Spider-Man No Way Home was 35 million. The only thing it didn't beat was Avengers Endgame, which is 50 million, but that was in massive theaters. That was a huge release. This is not. And it just AMC, it made $26 million, which does beat the Avengers $16 million record.
That's crazy.
I saw
That's
that.
insane.
Yeah,
the T-Swifties are
that
got
was
deep pockets.
Yeah, it's number one.
Do you hear Taylor Swift attacking her fans?
No,
I don't know.
No,
she attacks her ex-boyfriends, but you don't.
But that's part of
I could care less about Taylor
show,
Swift.
you know?
Exactly.
I don't listen to
They're
Taylor
not
Swift.
part of the audience.
I think I like one song. I think I like one song, and that's it. And I think it's been the worst thing for music ever. But that's me.
Are you gay?
My take on this is that I think I will never, ever, ever watch film.
Jesus. That's worse than scraping on a plate, Chad.
What's scroll up on this, Garrett? What's this number?
You gotta scroll down.
You mean scroll down.
No.
Gary always says scroll
I gotta
up
shake it off. That's
because it looks like it's going up, but he
Go
really
the
means
opposite
scroll
way
down.
now. You went too far. I want to go to the number 2 trending that says Harry Potter. I don't give a shit.
Oh, we're here.
People are paying $400 to see Blink 182. What the fuck?
Wait, what?
What?
Yeah, some of their tickets cost $400.
That's ridiculous.
I was looking at the Harry Potter TVs. I'm hearing all these, like, everything we know so far in these castings and stuff. They're not doing shit. Yes, people are allowed to write, and I'm sure producers are developing things, but they can't talk to any actors or writers. Nobody's developing or casting anything right now.
I saw that the She-Hulk season 2 is in development. With who?
Yeah,
With who, dude?
Shut up.
Like the janitor in the studio is like, hey, I think you should make a second one. Print that, send it to the presses.
I think Kevin Feige was talking to himself in the shower or something.
He's like,
remember
I'm
that
developing
Eternal sequel? Remember that Shang-Chi sequel? Oh,
right,
yeah.
Where's Blade? What happened to Blade?
You want to talk about Perry already has his review title ready for when the sequel does come out. There's some Ting Wong with Shang-Chi.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Views too low.
Views too low.
Hey, let's talk about Ahsoka. I know you've been putting it off forever, but I made you watch it. And you're gonna keep making you watch it too. Did you watch it? Oh, you did watch it, Az. You made a video. I watched your video.
Yeah, I did watch it.
You said you weren't gonna watch it.
Well, no, I said I actually did. Well, if you watch my video, you saw the end then.
Yeah, I saw, I saw the end where you told me
I told you to go fuck yourself.
I heard that.
Yeah, I was like, why am I watching it? Oh yeah, Gary wants me to watch it for Friday night tonight.
Yep.
Yeah, great show. 10 out of 10 would barf again.
Nothing happened in the episode really.
No.
We see, like, in terms of plot, nothing happened other than we found out that the New Republic is really dumb, which kind of we've already known if you've watched anything about Star Wars. The New Republic is very dumb, and Hera doesn't get the funding that she asked for, basically, or permission to help. And then Ahsoka and Sabine learned what we already knew, what the audience already knew about the hyperspace ring. So nothing really happened, and I think that's one of the reasons it feels like it drags. The opening training sequence with Sabine, clearly it is, you know, Dave Filoni going full like samurai with the stuff. And yeah, like 100% George Lucas was inspired by samurai movies and inspired by Westerns and things like that. There's a difference between inspired and just making it that thing in space.
Yep. Yes.
And it was.
Can I also just say they're called Jedi Knights, not Jedi Samurai, right?
Yeah.
That's straight.
Well, that's the problem with all of the Disney Star Wars content that they make, is that they're not. George Lucas was inspired by Buck Rogers and Flash Gordon and the serials and World War II footage and samurai stars. Then he went and made Star Wars, something that wasn't those things, but it was his own thing. And what they're doing, we're getting this feedback loop of the Star Wars thing.
It's just on the nose.
It's on the nose.
Star Wars is self-referential to Star Wars.
Yes. That's all it is. There's no heart. There's no connection to why we're referencing it. We're just referencing it because it was in a Star Wars movie.
Yeah. And like Gary, I heard you say that you quite like the Spitfires in space.
Yeah, because I like
my eyes roll to the back of my fucking head.
I like Spitfires. It's my
favorite. Because
it
was just like,
plane.
yes, Star Wars is World War II in space, and you're just like, Star Wars is World War II in space. That's why that's Spitfire. It's like,
well,
I hated the look of those fighters.
But
I can't place them. I know I've seen those fighters
They've been
somewhere.
in there before.
Spitfires.
They've been in before, and I'm sure it's them again being referential to Tank Girl. Somebody likes Tank Girl a lot, so you're seeing a lot of that thrown into like Rebels.
What's the weaponry on it? Fuck all.
No, it's really inaccurate cannons.
No, because they hit the
low power
shit loads of times, and it didn't even fucking shake. Never mind.
Low powered.
No, seriously,
it hits the wing. You see it. It hits the wing like 15 times.
Fucking engines,
Nothing happens.
And specifically, when they didn't have any shields at all, they get actual target hits on the ship, and nothing happens.
Not even a scratch.
And
oh my gosh,
that's not even
like rumbled around a little bit.
That's not even counting turbo lasers, which have an impact explosion now.
They have a flat
turbo laser flat cannons. It's a great idea.
Like,
you know what lasers are really famous for? Is just actually exploding hard matter around them. It's not like they're made of light or anything like that. It's,
Hey, we're in a universe where there's space bombers that drop bombs in space.
Like, just look at some of these. Like, lasers pass by their target. If they miss, they pass by their target and continue on, right, until they basically lose enough energy in space, right? And so I don't understand what this is and why you have turbo lasers. I think they showed it in an earlier episode, maybe when Hera was doing the chase down of that ship. I think they showed that too, and I thought maybe it was just fucking something I saw and was like, that can't be right. But they did it again in this episode, and that's nonsensical. I don't get it. But can we have to address the elephant in the room, which is Sabine training to be a Jedi.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the
not having any force,
not being force sensitive.
Yeah.
And being told you could do it if you train hard.
Listen, there's a couple things to look at. George Lucas has famously said contradictory things and put out contradictory things and changed his mind on things before, right? There's a statement from an interview he did after Empire and before Jedi it was like in 1981, where he made the statement that, you know, the Force is just a skill that anybody can do it if they train hard enough. Maybe some people might be more inclined to it, but it's like karate. It's a skill that you can learn if you work hard enough. That's fine, but he has said something different between 1981 and today. He had obviously the prequels, he introduced midichlorians. Think whatever you want about that. If you don't like it, if you think it makes it less fantastical or whimsical or mystical, or whatever, I think it's very easy to see there's a scientific explanation for the mysticism we see. That's how they judge it. But in another interview, which was done probably in 2012, right around when George sold Star Wars, he got really in detail about midichlorians, and he made the statement that if you have enough midichlorians, then you can access the Force. And he talked about how that you have to be trained in that, but if you have enough midichlorians, you can access the Force through training. Not anyone can if you have enough midichlorians. And then he specifically talked about the threshold for Jedi to be trained to be a Jedi, that they have a threshold. So, like, you have all this history of things that George has said, and obviously that has evolved, just like a lot of things change and evolve between the original trilogy and the prequels. It's one thing if they have Sabine work for years and years and years, and she's able to, like, move a cup a little bit. If she all of a sudden unlocks legit Force powers,
which she will,
fucking,
which she will.
She is. Why else would they be doing? That's fucking bullshit if they do that.
Yes, and regardless of what, say, George has said in the past, we can see what's in the films, like the core films, the prequel and original trilogy, and it is very clear throughout all those films that there are people who have Force aptitude and people who don't. And the people who don't, they never magically were able to obtain it. If this was just a skill anyone could attain, the Force is friggin' useful. I'd love to use. Everyone would be learning to do
There'd be broom boys everywhere.
Yes, but if anyone could do it, why would Yoda and Obi-Wan fucking sit and wait their asses for Luke Skywalker, protect Luke Skywalker, instead of literally just kidnapping 20 fucking babies and taking them back to Dagobah and just training them to have a Jedi strike force, right?
And also, like if anyone could learn it, why aren't they teaching all the armies? And you're all like, why isn't everyone utilizing this? Because it's really friggin' useful. You know, not only does it make you really good at, like, fighting and all that stuff, it makes you able to see a few seconds in the future, have heightened reflexes, have perfect aim, fly better in spaceships. Like, holy crap, it probably makes you better at sex. It's an amazing thing.
Well, you'd also have a serious Darksider problem too.
Well, the Force was this iconic thing that came from Star Wars that was so cool, and Disney's managed to just make it boring, like everything else.
Like everything that they've done.
We all know what's going to happen. Ahsoka is going to take on Rey, and she's going to kill the shit out of Rey, and then Sabine is going to take on Chihuahua and force power the shit out of Chihuahua.
Ray Stevenson.
Yeah,
I thought you meant Ray, like Daisy Ridley. I was like, what?
She's gonna take over the spot.
Then in the Rey film, Sabine's gonna cut Rey's head off and say, "I am the most powerful."
Hey, dude, I was.
But then Rey's gonna still live because she can come back. She's gonna have a robot neck.
I was running out of small dog breeds. I had to look them up.
I noticed.
So I'm like, I'm using
a Yorkshire Terrier.
I use that. I use that.
They're so cute.
Bichon Frise
The
was
wild
my
thing
favorite.
to me is how people are, like, obviously you have these, like, wild fans that are, like, gonna be, like, want to love everything and see little things and everything.
Yeah.
That are like, oh my God, Shin is just, like, she's so amazing. It's like, she did nothing in this episode. She literally just said a couple lines from her cockpit.
Dude,
like,
all she does is ask questions and deliver a couple of lines. In the first two episodes, she just asked questions.
In the first two, at least, I can see how people would like her. Like this very fucking intense, like, Padawan who's trying to prove herself and has a little combat.
She's cute.
This one, she
People
literally
like her
is
'cause
just
she's cute.
looking a little bit stern in the cockpit and has like 3 lines.
I know.
What you mean? You mean after the ship got disabled by a cannon from the hyper ring, which Sabine fixed in 2 minutes?
This is Disney Star Wars. We need to call it. This is Disney Star Wars. We need to call it the vagina pit from now on. It's not the cockpit.
That's true. But the funny thing too is that they're like, oh, it's been destroyed. It's like, don't you guys have sensors? You should be able to detect a floating object in front of you. That was so dumb.
That was hilarious. They suddenly they lost where it was. They suddenly don't know, like, it's been disabled. Where did it go? It's literally floating in the middle of the ring.
It's just like behind you, right? Like, you're telling me they don't have turbo lasers that face the other way on that thing? What the fuck?
Well, the thing that's dumb is like
the implication is they can't spot it because there's no power, but that makes the ring the easiest thing to attack because you're in space. There's no friction. There's nothing to stop you. To attack the ring, you fly at it, you turn off your engine, you coast, and they can't see you. And apparently, this is hyper advanced technology.
Apparently.
Star Wars.
Okay, so yeah, the best part about this is I wanted to put the full clip in my video. I couldn't, but I wanted to show in real time how fast Ahsoka puts this fucking suit on. because and it's obviously a mistake in editing because they show the little Pekingese approaching Ahsoka's ship and saying, "We have them," and she can clearly see her ship. And from that point on, then Ahsoka gets up and goes, "I'm going to distract them. I'm going to go out." And then we cut back to the Pekingese. She say, "Oh, I'm approaching." Then they cut back real quick to Sabine fixing something under the ship, and then they cut to fucking. She says, "We have them," and then Ahsoka walks out, and that happens in 30 seconds.
Before Ahsoka walks out,
Wait, this is literally it. This is it right here.
Shit ye not.
One,
Shit
two,
ye
three.
not. I thought because of how quick it all was, I thought she was walking out onto the wing with no suit.
She's force holding her breath.
Yeah, I thought she was going to do a layer, you know, and I was just like, no.
So it's 4
To be fair,
cuts.
what we do get isn't much better than that, though, because none of this is not how space works.
No.
You cannot run along the deck of a ship and then do the acrobatics and then land and then jump off again. None of this is absolutely dumb.
Using the Force.
I would have said, until this moment, I would have said, this is probably the best of the 3 episodes of Ahsoka we've had, simply because nothing has happened. And whenever something happens, it's shit. And Ahsoka is actually
nothing
better.
happens, it's shit.
Ahsoka is the second best of all the Disney Star Wars shows, because nothing happens compared to The Mandalorian, where lots of bad stuff happens.
Yes.
But then every time something does happen, it's space acrobatics. And I think, no, you're really no better than the Mandalorian season 3. You just don't do as much stuff.
So I don't have as much of a problem with her going out there and being able to walk, because it's not explained very well, but I know that there's force techniques you can use to almost like force stick yourself in zero gravity. Like those things exist. They didn't do a good job of explaining it. Or if you want to use the excuse that she has basically magnetic boots, which sometimes they do use for these zero gravity suits as well. They didn't do a good enough job of explaining that to the general audience, right?
Well, it's not that they didn't do a good enough job. It's that they didn't do a job.
Exactly.
So,
Yeah,
there's absolutely nothing in it. So The Expanse has a scene just to establish the magnetic boots in The Expanse. There's one scene. It lasts about 2 seconds where they click the heels and then the ankles are down. It takes 2 seconds to do. That would have established the boots. I don't think the Force thing's active, though, because she will later go on floating, and she's obviously, like, she's not using the Force. She's floating through space. So I'm with you in that they could have made it work. Right. It's just that they didn't.
Take it.
Well, so the force technique that I'm thinking of, help people stay on things. If you're obviously jumping and launch yourself in cartwheel, you're a little bit fucked. Now, she could, and I think in theory, try to force pull the ship to her, which would in zero gravity pull her to the ship.
Right.
But I don't know why they didn't fucking do that. It's kind of
it was the Jedi Master that had that.
She has one lightsaber and she has the other as a hand, fucking making sure that everyone is fully aware of what's going on.
Yeah, but the most unforgivable part about all this, even if it looks dumb, even if it looks stupid, and to be fair, they did do some zero-G stuff in the Clone Wars and in Rebels, so it's been established in current Disney canon. But the fact that these ships, when at a disabled ship that all you need to do is blow up the ship, they start targeting Ahsoka, and they get fucking 2 feet away from her. Like that's the dumbest, most unforgivable part of this entire thing. You don't need to do a strafing run. You can sit and park 250 meters away and just blast this thing out of the air, and then Ahsoka's just sitting there in her zero-G suit. Like, it's the dumbest shit possible.
Dude, that image is so fucking funny. It just doesn't work in live action. You know what? What works in a Clone Wars kiddie cartoon or Rebels don't work in live action. And you want to be a little self-aware. It's like, people really fucking hated that Mary Poppins scene. And that's what everybody's going to think of, every fucking normie, everybody. It's you know what? It's fitting because I'm surprised. I'm just thinking live action, and I haven't seen every second. Something might have happened in Andor, but this is probably the first girl-on-girl dogfight in space.
Waiting for the article to tell me so.
Waiting for the article to tell me so, though. And
that's a cat fight.
But you could tell that, like, we specifically want to have a girl-on-girl lightsaber scene, and we want to have a girl-on-girl.
The only girl and girl I want to see in Star Wars. Never mind, forget it.
I already know, and you've already seen it, by the way. Don't act like
I have.
Don't act like you haven't seen it.
I have seen it.
Okay. Lots of independent short films. They're free.
Low budget.
Yeah.
Low budget.
Probably made a profit.
Oh yeah, he probably made more profit than fucking Disney Plus.
Yes, they
Working
did.
with a G-string budget.
Hey!
Well played, Garrett.
How many lightsabers were there?
Oh, enough.
Light scissors. They need light scissors now.
It'll just be giant shears.
Oh, this show was so. Before we even got to this part was keep it here, Garrett. I'm just going to talk about this for a second. Nothing happens, but something really fucking stupid happens with Hera trying to argue with the New Republic that, hey, we've got this intergalactic incident. We just found out that there's Imperial sympathizers on this giant shipyard, our main shipyard. We didn't even bother shutting it down. They didn't even bother calling security to back up Hera at the time. Oh, and preceding that, an entire ship crew was killed, and they scuttled the ship. And they took a major prisoner. That's not enough to convince the New Republic to maybe give them a ship or two.
It's annoying. Yeah. So they've been doing this for ages. They want to portray the New Republic as essentially lapsing into many of the worst features of its predecessors. So the feckless bureaucracy of the Old Republic and a bit of the tyranny of the Old Empire, in order to smooth the transition to what we don't really see of it in the sequel trilogy. But in so doing, they have to make them so absolutely dumb that there's no reason they've even survived this long. And B, they're now starting to sort of take a few scalps in the doing of it as well, because for that scene you described to work, it kind of relies on Mon Mothma, who Andor is setting up to be this, very daring, very intelligent, very competent person who's willing to take risks. She's now got to become essentially Chancellor Valorum. She's constrained by bureaucrats. She has no initiative, and she has no real power. And all of that in service of the depiction in the sequel trilogy that doesn't even really exist because they're barely even mentioned. They get wiped out in a single shot, and that's it. There's interesting things you can do with trying to portray those parallels between the New Republic and the Old Republic. And Mandalorian is episode 3 of season 3, the really long one where they're just all walking around and there's the stupid train chase thing. It does some interesting bits with the rehab program and things like that, but none of it's really connected and it doesn't have any clear sense of direction. And I think they've done it all very, very haphazardly. And it's just not a compelling exploration of what would be a real problem. How do you deal with the people who really did believe in the Galactic Empire?
Well, what was done better was in the expanded universe. Even Western Games did this a lot better. You had the Imperial governors that didn't magically give up. So you still had the New Republic.
Legacy?
The legacy stuff. Yeah, you had the fledgling New Republic going up against the Imperial governors. So you had not just the internal conflict of the New Republic, but you have this external one as well. And that's what made that game so interesting and fun to play, is that the Empire didn't magically disappear overnight. They had to basically win the rest of the systems.
And these senators, something that is not... I guess they kind of almost addressed it in this with Hera talking to the guy just to Mon Mothma's right here. Well, her left, our right. Hey, you probably didn't even pick a side. You sat out and just saw who won, right? A lot of these senators are the same senators that were in the Imperial Senate who are still representing their place, right? So and that's kind of one of the things that I don't think they've done any good job at all of in Star Wars and showing. And
because the Imperial Senate was dissolved in A New Hope, so there was a huge long period of time where none of these people was in office during the Empire.
No, they still held. They just had no responsibilities. You know what I mean? They were in office, but they had no fucking power. Yeah. They couldn't do anything. They weren't making any decision. It was all the Emperor, and it was all just effectively a position with no power at all.
But this scene fundamentally doesn't work because Hera attacks the guy to the right of Mon Mothma, our right of Mon Mothma, goes after him, goes to Mon Mothma, who's looking sympathetic, goes after him, makes a fool out of him, and it's a group decision to deny it. So you've gone after one person, you haven't shown the others in any way making any fundamental counter arguments to Hera. It's just like this one guy is trying to she's just making an example of.
Oh, you're looking for Ezra Bridger. That's your sole motivation. Yeah. It's like, no, there's plenty of evidence to say that there is a threat.
And by the way, holograms of them attacking and killing.
Either I don't think that actually her motive is going after Ezra, because in the first scene with Hera in episode 1, when Ahsoka brings her the map. Hera doesn't know what the map is or what it's for or where it points to. So the show hasn't really set up that she is very much keen on finding Ezra. That's very much Sabine's thing and secondarily Ahsoka's thing. And then Hera's sort of tacked on at the side. But then it's thrown at her in this scene as though, oh yeah, you've had this long-standing obsession with finding Ezra and you keep diverting resources to that task. That would have been good to show at some point in the preceding 2 episodes. You had the time to do it, but they didn't because that would have made sense.
I need an episode. I need an episode with all the people. Like, I'm going to disappear for a little while, but I'm going to make a secret map and then I'm going to hide it.
Yeah. And this
It's
guy
a big
right here,
trend
too,
in the
by
Star
the
Wars
way,
universe.
This is a very deep cut, but this guy, I forget his name. He is the father of, yeah, he's the father of the kid who is the lead in Star Wars Resistance, that animated show that is set after Last Jedi.
Oh,
maybe?
yeah.
That nobody
before Rise of
watched.
Skywalker, that was Dave Filoni's thing. So that's a tie-in. He's the senator for Hosnian Prime, the planet that gets blown up in the sequels.
Yeah.
So, talking about this scene as well, there's another big retarded thing. So, the general, she is trying to get permission to relocate the entire fleet, and it's like, all right, maybe she would need permission. I would generally think that might be in a general's purview to be able to decide. But okay, say she can't deploy the entire fleet. She's still a friggin' general. Send her an escort frigate. Send her a squadron or something. Like you don't need permission to just send some backup, but as hands are tied.
Otherwise, what's the point of being a general?
Right?
Exactly.
Sounds like a general.
Because as I said in my video, she's a general in fucking name only.
Yeah.
Let's just fucking call that one. And I loved it when she went outside after this, and Jason came up to her, and he's just like, "Oh, I want to be a Jedi," and she looked at him in the eye and went, "Don't be stupid, you're male."
So. All right. So, again, they're doing such a bad job of relating any of these characters to people that haven't seen Rebels. And for Hera, so Jason Syndulla is the son of Hera and Kanan. Kanan was a character in Star Wars Rebels. Hera has had dealings with 2 Jedi and Ahsoka, who's not a Jedi.
Hang on. It's me. Now you guys say something.
Hello.
There.
Oh.
Sorry. We're back.
We had a great conversation.
You missed the best Friday Night Tights commentary of all time.
How long have we been muted?
Not long,
no, it's
okay,
10
good.
seconds.
45 seconds.
That's the thing, 'cause we were talking about this one really, really, really good bit of Ahsoka that now everyone's not going to know anything about.
No, they're not going to. Yeah, that's true. So,
It's too late to go over it again now.
Okay, sorry. Keep it all up. I just want to let you know, as in the middle of this show, there you go. In the middle of this show, I finally figured out how to separate the audio from my mic to the desktop. So congratulations to me.
There you go. Yeah. That's great.
Look at the computer.
I see it, dude. It's separated. It's nice.
They're separate now.
We should have done that like after or
we
before.
should have done that like 3 years ago when we started this.
But that's great. That's great that we figured that out.
One step at a time.
Well, to reiterate the point
highly organized.
Yeah.
To reiterate the point that it might have been cut off when the audio cut out, we were just talking about how bland these characters are in Ahsoka, where in comparison, their animated versions seemed to have a lot more personality. But all the ones here, like the Twi'lek General, I don't know their names. I didn't watch Rebels and everything, but that's because they're so forgettable. They're bland and just stoic planks of wood most of the time.
And stoicism works as a character trait if you know what the character is being stoic about. So when Ahsoka, if the audience knows what Ahsoka isn't saying because they've seen Rebels, then it reads very differently. But if the majority of the audience isn't going to have seen all 4 seasons of Rebels, all 7 seasons of the Clone Wars, and remembered all of it, and so stoicism in that sense just comes across as blank and dull and boring because there's no actual underpinning lore, story, character work, or anything that anyone's actually familiar with. What the show really, really needed, in my opinion, and because it struggles so often with this on-the-nose exposition, everyone basically has to exposit everything to each other in order to fill the audience in. What it really needs is a new character, or even the kid to be front and center as a character who is basically deuteragonist for the production, because what we need is someone to be the surrogate for the audience themselves, someone who doesn't know anything about the history, anything about the world, someone who needs things explained to them, like Luke Skywalker did in A New Hope, for example. Because, you know, he grows up on his desert planet, every part of the galaxy except for his homestead is new, and everyone around him has stuff to teach him, and it feels much more diegetic for that reason. But because Rebels doesn't have that, all of these characters have to go around telling each other things that they already know, so there's no reason for them to be having the conversations. There's no reason for Ahsoka and Sabine to be picking up Sabine's training from the beginning when we've already been told that they spent years doing that off the screen.
Exactly.
What we need is some new character who can have these things explained and who is experiencing everything for the first time, like most of the audiences.
Because it's written abysmally. That's why. Because the relationship between Sabine and Ahsoka in episode 3 displayed absolutely zero knowledge of them actually being Master and Padawan. Zilch.
Yeah, it was never established.
So it was Sabine's first day as a Padawan ever, and she had no understanding of the Force, and she had to explain that she has no connection to the Force. And then Ahsoka had to explain how she connects to the Force really easily. And it was just like, why are you having these conversations? These aren't conversations you two show be having. And I'll tell you what this show is missing. And I'll be perfectly fucking honest. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. This show is missing male energy.
Male energy, yes.
That's what it's missing.
Masculinity.
And every time Ray Stevenson is on screen with Balon, he draws you in.
Yeah.
Yes. There's not really too much to take away, but in terms of his presence in those first 2 episodes, he's the most interesting one on the screen.
Yes. His performance is actually really good. If it was in a good Star Wars movie, it'd be fantastic.
He looks like a proper villain. I mean, he's a big dude.
He looks like a villain. He speaks with intense. Sorry, go ahead, Shad.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was just saying he's big, he's imposing, he's intimidating. And this is just the reality, the difference between men and women. Men can pull off and achieve being far more intimidating in silence than women can just because of size.
Yes.
It's very basic.
He doesn't have
it
to
also
be,
takes someone who can act with their face, too.
Where else this is missing, by the way, this male energy is in the direction, the production, the writing, the catering, wherever. Like it's
what do you mean? Dave Filoni.
Dave Filoni. Yeah, it's again.
We need less
soy energy
up top.
It's missing the male energy. I'm just saying, Dave Filoni doesn't strike me. I just don't see alpha.
It's a middle-aged woman. I keep telling you this. He's a middle-aged woman.
I imagine he lactates. But Balon is a character who is intense, but there's a lot of mystery to him as well. You know what I mean? He's the only compelling thing about it. Of course, he's just another surviving Jedi from Order 66.
Yeah.
How many of those do we have? He gets like 2 lines here at the end. Like it feels like this is an episode that got chopped in 2, to be honest with you.
I think it. I
think this was intended to be 1 episode.
I think this entire series was intended to be a movie that they stretched over It's 8 episodes, right? So we're
it
almost
is 8. I don't believe you because nothing's going to happen in this. At the end of this
nothing
series,
will happen in a Disney movie.
Well, at the end of this series, I think that Thrawn's going to return, and that's it. I don't think we're going to see a lot of Thrawn. I don't think we're going to see fucking anything. This is basically just an 8-episode series of Thrawn coming back and having a couple lines.
Well, they're basically reserving that for the movie, is what they're doing, because they're going to heir to the Empire in movie format.
And when exactly is this set? Because in Mando season 3 is set, I think that's 11 ABY, and Thrawn isn't back, and Moff Gideon hasn't heard any rumors or whispers about him. There's an actual scene in which he says that.
It's set several years.
So several years after the collapse of the Empire.
Mando is between 7 and 9 ABY.
Yeah, season 3 is different. Season 3 jumps forward to 11. Season 3 skips 2 years.
So this is
no, it doesn't, because there was a bunch of controversy surrounding Favreau and Filoni. And there was different things put out by them.
So they don't know.
Exactly.
Jesus. But this is supposed to be 9, right? 9 ABY? I thought it was 9. 9?
I think 9 ABY, yeah.
The general point being, though, if this is set before The Mandalorian season 3, which I think it is, because, well, there's questions about the time skip, but Mando season 3 definitely implies a pretty hefty time skip as well, even in universe. So without recourse to what Favreau may or may not have said. If this, though, is set before, then we know that Thrawn hasn't returned by the end of this show, because in the one that said after it, he's not back. Whereas if this is set alongside it, it doesn't make much sense, because Morgan Elspeth, who's the prisoner in the beginning of this one, would then have to have been in a prison ship for about 2 years. So they don't know when they are set, or even in relation to each other. It's like this fundamental world.
This would have to be after season 2 then, because she appeared in season 2.
Yeah, that's when she's captured.
Yeah.
She's captured in season 2. She's still a prisoner in this one. So the longer the time skip is, the less believable it is, because why the hell did Ahsoka wait years to go off searching for the map? And why is she still in a random prison cell? But then Thrawn can't be back if this is set before Mando season 3. And how has Ahsoka heard rumors that Gideon himself hasn't? It's such a basic question.
Somehow
how
the
do your two
rumors
shows
return.
tie together? And they don't have a clue. There is that scene in this show. It's been several years since the Empire fell. That's really fucking helpful. Thank you for that. I really wanted to find out when we are. When are we is the most fundamental question.
So this is the problem. So this is the interview I was thinking of. John Favreau was saying multiple different things. Mando season 1 and 2 takes place 9 ABY. A lot of people he said something about a couple years that maybe Grogu had been with Luke. And so people said 11 ABY. He then came out and clarified, and he said, I don't know if I said many years. It's probably about the real time we experienced it, but I would say somewhere between 0 and 2 years have passed. And he says, when asked whether the third show takes place in subsequent years, TV Line quoted Favreau in saying, I don't think we're quite to 10 ABY. So that's why there's so much fucking chaos, because they don't even fucking know when it is.
Story group. That's their job, is to keep track of the dates and the times of when these shows happen.
Somebody needs
and we're to the point where it literally
probably
has
nobody cares.
A
they won't
scene
pay
where
attention.
he says several years.
As I was saying, it lacks the male energy everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Including, we don't need that time stuff in Star Wars and fantasy. That's the patriarchy and white supremacy.
Yeah.
That's probably the way they think.
Grogu was with Luke for 0 to 2 years. An actual quote from Favreau. And then he says, I don't think we're quite to 10 ABY.
Oh my God. So stupid.
And season 3 of Mando picks up on Navarro, and a lot of time has clearly passed.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if Favreau wrote Mando season 3, and in his mind at the time it was 2 years. And then they sat down and started having discussions with Filoni about Ahsoka, and then all of a sudden he thought, oh shit, I might have cocked this up. Let's row back very, very quickly, but we're not going to tell people exactly how far.
It's as if Star Wars is dog shit.
Well, they've done a lot of things. I don't know if they've cocked it up. Sorry.
There's no way Grogu.
They've tacoed it up.
There's no way Grogu was with him for fucking 2 years. That's just impossible, right? It feels like 6 to 8 weeks, to be honest with you.
It feels like 3 days, honestly.
Based on
no idea.
Based on when he decided to visit him and all this shit, That's what it feels like to me.
As you guys were saying, Robot had said it in his video, I think it came out today or yesterday at the end. It feels like we're catching a series like on the tail end right before it's going to get canceled, and all the establishment has already happened with the character. Like, it feels like season 5 of Rebels, except nobody watched.
It feels like season 8 of Arrow. Like you just get thrown in. And there's all these characters. And you're like, who the fuck are all these people? And like, what's their history? I have no idea. You got to watch the first 7 seasons. All right.
Yeah, it's terrible world building. There's no mental map. I have no idea what time it is. More importantly, I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah,
it's
that's the big one.
Yeah, we're chronicling its demise, although it's already demise. So we're chronicling its the corpse rotting,
decomposition.
Can you kill what is already dead? I don't know.
Well, you can resurrect it and kill it again, I suppose.
The ratings. It's 14 million or 1.2 million. Totally different metrics, though. As Ryan pointed out.
That's like Filoni. It's either 0 or 2, between 0 and 2 years. It's between 1.2 and 14
million.
Yeah.
So Samba TV, it is crazy how they figure out their ratings. And according to Samba TV and another independent source, Ryan, they're 99% correct. I don't know if I believe that, but I mean, that's what they say.
I trust Samba TV. No, I trust Samba TV completely because one, they have about 1,000 bigger sample size than Nielsen. They've been doing this for quite some time, and 1.2 million households based on their stuff. That's about as meaningful as someone saying 14 million views, right?
Yeah.
But it does matter when you can put it in perspective with other things. So when I can compare those things to other Star Wars shows on Disney Plus, that 1.2 million means something.
So when
I can compare it to Marvel shows, when I can compare it to The Flash being viewed in 1.1 million households in the first 3 days of its release, like these are all important things that you can compare to each other. Whereas a 14 million view number is meaningless if you've never revealed anything before.
I think you're absolutely right. We in the past, their ratings have been pretty accurate. It's a good measurement. It's a very good measurement, especially when you put it up against other shows.
It's better than Nielsen, I think. And the reason I say that is because Nielsen ratings don't tell us how many people are watching. It only tells you how long people are watching.
It's fucking wild how they tabulate the household views, though. They read pixels.
Yeah, it is crazy.
It's like I can
you
barely get my
have
head around
to
that.
be
watermark.
They have like 3 million, right? I think they have 3 million smart TVs across the United States, and they use obviously an algorithm based on where those are at to assume how many people are in the United States reviewing it. Nielsen does the same thing, by the way, but with like 10,000 sets, like 10,000 TV sets or something. And Nielsen only tells you minutes watched for a particular series.
Yep.
So when The Witcher season 3 comes out and we see, 1.3 million minutes watched in its first week of season 3's release. But that's not just season 3. That's also counting in everyone that's watching season 1 and season 2. And it's just telling you the minutes watched. Whereas Samba specifically tells you households. And I think it's better data. But it's important to note that for all these premieres, it typically, when you compare it to other stuff, it typically is right in line with what makes sense when Nielsen comes out with theirs.
So the bad news for Ahsoka, I mentioned in my video today, is if you go through on a daily average based on their 1.2 million over 6 days is 200,000 views a day. They did 5 days for Secret Invasion, which is the second lowest live action Disney Marvel thing on the platform, was 994,000. So averaged out. So it's essentially the same. It's off by 2,000 households per day. So one is 198,000 households per day. That's Secret Invasion. Ahsoka was 200,000 households per day. That's freaking abysmal. That's horrible. Considering when a lot of people were public, and now that we've seen Secret Invasion, are publicly saying it's a massive flop. It was fucking terrible. Again, I mentioned in my video, and Ryan's mentioned it too. I don't think when Disney greenlit Ahsoka, they needed it to be this important, but it needed to be a massive fucking hit, and it wasn't.
It doesn't need to be the biggest thing they've ever done.
No.
Right? That's the Obi-Wan series.
Yeah.
I do think it needed to be bigger than Mando season 3.
Yes,
because it was such a big fall off for it. And there's a difference between this and Andor. Andor is a character that nobody fucking cares about, right? It didn't have a lot of hype moving into it. This one felt like there was more hype because there is an actual dedicated fan base for Ahsoka and for Rebels for Clone Wars. It's fairly small, but the way they make noise, the way they treat them like it's a really fucking big fan base, all the marketing they put into this, the special fan events, all this shit, they moved up the timeline to 9 p.m. to a primetime event to try to get people engaged. And if regardless of all that other shit, you want to know what makes me know this is a must-win for them? The fact that they came out with the views.
Yes.
Because they had to do damage control.
Yes.
That is how you know this is a must-win for Ahsoka.
They straight up told on themselves with that. That was just like straight up. It was hilarious. You know, it kind of reminds me of the first female Doctor played by Jodie Whittaker. They moved Doctor Who to Sunday, which is just a better. It's a better day. Now in the UK, you guys actually do watch TV on Saturday. We generally don't here. Like
there were certain shows,
yeah, but like it's possible. Like no network is going to put a major show on a Saturday during the broadcast era ever.
But Sunday is just the best day.
The best day. They put it at the best time, and it got really good ratings for that first episode, and then it lost about 80% of its audience from that, 85%, some ridiculous number. They gave every chance in the world, and by the time it's over, it's going to end like all Disney Plus shows end. The middle part is going to be a bunch of meaningless fucking garbage. They'll bring in your cameos towards the end. You'll get Anakin. You'll get Thrawn. The seals will clap.
You'll find out who Rock is or whoever that is.
And nothing will happen at the end.
Is going to be the Anakin episode. That's the next episode that Filoni does.
They're reckoning that episode 4 is going to show off who Thingamajig is.
Marok.
Marok is, yeah.
Marok, that's his name.
I guess the sad
Barack
thing is...
Obama.
The sad thing is for the...
Open change.
Not a fan of Andor, but people were. Like the people who did watch it all the way through, people I respect, liked it, but like nothing's going to happen with that. For one, it was way too expensive. It didn't bring in enough money. And it's going to discourage Disney from maybe taking a different direction and trying to go for quality over just content.
Well, they
But
are
the
doing
content,
season
the
2.
content isn't very successful either. So that's
yeah.
the problem with something like Ahsoka and The Mandalorian, is that ostensibly they answer some of the criticisms that were leveled against Andor. I was a big fan of Andor, but I took the point about it being too slow. I don't think it was paced particularly well for weekly release. But, Mando comes out all guns swinging quite literally and was absolute garbage and still lost viewers. Ahsoka has lightsabers. People complained there weren't enough lightsabers in Andor. Ahsoka has plenty of lightsabers. She alone has 2 of them. And it's also not doing very well. But it was never going to. And it's such a strange thing. If you combine the budgets for Mando Season 3 and Ahsoka, you're talking probably $300 to $350 million have been sunk into these 2 seasons. I think Mando Season 3 was 150. And all of these things are the kind of thing that you can use. If you've got a really successful film franchise, then streaming shows which are based upon that will benefit immensely, and you can use that to lock in an audience. But you need some other reason outside of the streaming shows for people to want to watch them to begin with. And if you're taking Ahsoka, for example, and saying, yeah, this is a show that will pay off X number of seasons of cartoons that finished many years ago, come and watch it. The general audience is just going to look at that and say, I don't give a shit. I don't know what you're talking about. Who are these people?
Right. Well, to me, the reason why Ahsoka's not doing particularly well at all is A, because Star Wars is dead, for a start. B, Kenobi. Kenobi absolutely decimated people's interest in Star Wars, because Kenobi is 10 times as popular than Ahsoka is as a character. And that was the one thing that people were holding on to that could turn Star Wars around. That we were going to get this wonderful character piece, or potentially wonderful character piece, whether it be set in current day and flashback of a relationship between Anakin and Kenobi, and how it how that deteriorated, and how Kenobi is now trying to live with that while watching over Luke. I don't think any of us really expected a lot of Luke in it. We expected a lot of introspection with Kenobi. What we got was an absolute joke of a show. And it wasn't just a joke. It showed how the people involved in Star Wars in general haven't a clue. They are inept. It's not a matter of just being bad writers or bad cinematographers or bad directors. It's about ineptness. And they showed and displayed for everybody to see they have no idea how to handle any of these characters. Never mind legacy characters, characters in general. Nothing made sense in it. Everything was ridiculous in it. Nothing married together. The relationship between Kenobi and Vader was non-existent. The language, the dialogue between them didn't make a lick of sense. Him leaving him alive didn't make a lick of sense. Vader chasing him and saying, "Why are you coming after me, Kenobi?" didn't make a lick of sense. Everybody was watching this in horror. Abject
dude, he should have. Reva should be dead. He should have killed her in the desert right there.
She should have killed him in Order 66.
Well, yes.
Yeah. That's what proves Az's point is they don't know how to write anything, including their own characters. So you would think, okay, maybe they're just trying to uplift their new character and they just don't care about the old characters and they're usurping it. With Reva's story, it is the dumbest story I think I've ever seen from Disney.
Two gunshots.
Two
of
them.
But it's not just that. She survived an assassination attempt on Order 66 to grow up, to take revenge for the deaths of the Jedi by hunting down and killing Jedi.
Makes perfect sense,
Totally checks out,
What's wrong?
The level of stupidity is unbelievable.
Did you guys see that?
And she's excused, by the way, by the end of the show.
Yeah.
She's totally misunderstood.
No, I didn't go over it, but there's that Peter Travers review of Ahsoka. And he nails it like in all the wrong ways, but he basically says Star Wars is a fading patriarchy being taken over by a matriarchy, you know? And
Yeah.
it's like, it's not.
It's true, and that's the problem.
It's so true.
Yeah.
It's so true.
Yeah, I just there's a lot wrong with this show, and I think the pacing, to be honest, I think the pacing is Dave Filoni jerking himself off. I think that he talked about it being a religious experience watching his own stuff.
Oh my god!
Like I just think
You're dying. Maybe
I think that's the reason you're seeing. You saw so much. You saw so much pause and waiting and looking. I really think I think he feels people are just going to be so emotionally bought into everything that's going on because of these characters or whatever. And I just think it's a catastrophic failure.
Dude, that's how you know he's getting high on his own supply.
He always has. I fucking hated this guy since 2008. Like,
Yep. Ryan's OG when it comes to hating Dave Filoni.
OG Filoni hate since 08. All right. And that has not always been very popular, by the way. I got a lot of shit for that in 2019 when I started my YouTube channel. All right. Because people loved, that was back when people, Filoni's the second coming, blah, blah, blah. Like, you'd think that's going on a lot now. Think back 4 years ago. That was fucking everywhere. You couldn't say a bad thing about Dave Filoni. He invented the Clone Wars. I was like, yeah, I fucking know. Didn't like it.
I mean, where do you go from here? The only logical thing that will not happen is Star Wars needs to be put on ice for 10 years. Like they can't, make your toys.
If not
whatever.
more.
Fucking indefinitely at this point. It's dead.
Well,
yeah, please just
taken away from Disney, sold off from Disney.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it needs to change hands. But really what needs to happen is they need to stay out of any era that we're familiar with.
Yeah.
That's what it needs to be, right? There's no chance of it taking a 10-year break. At this point, there's no chance of it being sold. What they have to do is move past the sequels or go way, way before. We're talking thousands of years before. We're talking an Old Republic movie. Now, what they've done with the timeline, it's fucking tough to tell. But like things that happened thousands of fucking years ago that aren't referential to the Skywalkers, that aren't referential to any of these things, right? It needs to be one or the other. They need
I'm
to
just now
start
waiting
doing
for
their
the John
own.
Favreau interview where he says we are between 0 and 2,000 years before the events.
Exactly.
Well, the problem is even if they do that, Ryan, it's still gonna be shit because they have incompetent writers and they're just incompetent in general.
You might as well do something like original at that point because you bought it for Han, Luke, and Leia and the light side and the dark side of the Force and Sith and Jedi, and now you can't use any of that shit. Now you might as well just write a fucking original story because you fucked it up beyond all recognition.
But like Andor, Andor is what they need to be doing, in my opinion. Now, obviously, Andor wasn't appealable to a ton of people, but in terms of an original story set in this universe that isn't super reliant on remember this, remember that, remember that.
Right.
And even though not a lot of people were engaged with Andor, the people that were enjoyed it, and I don't think there was as much anger directed towards Andor because it was a little bit of a side story. And I think that's the approach they need to take in order to actually establish whatever your new fucking fan base is going to be, because it's failed what you're trying to do using the member berries and nostalgia and all that stuff. It's a failure. It's done. You have to move off it and give people a fucking break and allow people to calm down and stop shoving that down their throats. But they still have to make content.
One of the worst criticisms you can level
it should have been
at
Andor. I think it should have been Rebel Survivor, Rebel something. It should have been a somebody else. When you said
Rebel
Andor,
scum.
yeah, well, exactly. Just as soon as it said Andor, then people are. I think a lot of people are just like, why do we care about a guy that gets blown up at the end of fucking Rogue One?
They really do need to stop naming, like,
yeah.
I feel like they need to stop naming these shows.
Yeah,
exactly. Andor, Ahsoka, Book of Boba Fett, and I get that. You look at like Marvel or whatever. Oh, Captain America, the first Avenger, Thor, like
superheroes.
It's not Marvel.
Sorry, hang on. Little Platoon, you were going to say something?
Oh no, I was just going to say, the worst thing you could say about Andor, the worst criticism you could level against that is that it was a bit boring. But I do think the reason it doesn't cop quite as much flack as any other show is that you don't look at it and think the writer for this show clearly thinks that I am an idiot,
right?
Which unfortunately is the case with The Mandalorian and indeed with Ahsoka as well. On naming characters and shows after characters, and that's probably right. But I would be tempted to say you shouldn't be doing any TV Star Wars at all. I don't think that Star Wars lends itself to this kind of production. And given that we are already swamped with expanded universes, extended universes, cinematic universes, there's a huge amount of pull and leverage, I think, in having something which is still seen as this premiere event. One film every 2 or 3 years, maybe. A trilogy, a set trilogy that you've already planned. You wait a good few years, you release the first one, you give people nothing, they anticipate the next one. But the problem is that they have pretty much screwed themselves over right from the beginning. That jumping so far forward in time just to do the sequel trilogy has basically ensured that this entire period of galactic history that the TV shows are now currently focusing on, which is some of the most interesting in the old expanded universe, is already leading up to absolute dog shit. So even if you get something which, let's say the next Disney Plus Star Wars show happens to be really, really good, which is a wild assumption and it won't ever happen, and it's hard to imagine, but let's say that it is, you're still going to sit there thinking, well, yeah, but we're just getting to the point where Luke drinks green tit milk again. So I don't really care. So yeah, you have to go, I would probably say forward rather than back in time, but you have to go beyond the sequels now. And then you have to stop churning out content for content's sake and try and recapture something like the magic of cinema in Star Wars. Star Wars is the quintessential cinematic franchise, not a TV franchise.
And I think beyond even just leading up to the sequels in this era of galactic time frame, not only did that, but also you made it so that 2 years after Return of the Jedi, that is when the last battle between the New Republic and the Empire happened. That was the last thing. After that, it's total peace in the galaxy. And they're very clear about that with all the new expanded content in the Disney Star Wars universe. It was the Battle of Jabim. I think that's the last period of the actual galactic civil war. And after that, nothing of note happens. There's just peace in the galaxy, which means you can't have some big bad like Thrawn come in and take over the Empire and launch a campaign against the New Republic, because that is not within the continuity they've established.
Right.
So this is when you're left with, well, we have to take the space whales to a different galaxy to confront Thrawn, right? Like, that's when you have to start doing things like this. So,
yeah.
The Purgles look good, though, right? Purgles look good in this.
I heard Star Wars theory.
CGI is not bad.
Star Wars theory was talking about Ahsoka being like the Star Trek Next Generation, but you would have to like go out another generation. That's what it requires, and that's what Little Platoon and many have talked about. Yeah, go a couple hundred years. Make sure everybody's dead. Sure, Star Trek: The Next Generation brought back Scotty, brought back Spock, had a 100-year-old Dr. McCoy. But, it had its own identity eventually. And but I don't know how you do it, because then you'd have to bring back the Sith. You'd have to make up a new bad guy. Well, then you're already into like basically making up a new story.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know.
Reminding the shit out of the extended universe.
And then you have to convince, the CEO, Kathleen Kennedy, because last time I checked, still in charge at Lucasfilm, to budget a Star Wars movie, which is minimum $150 million, probably $200 million. And now you have to convince everybody on that board to give Kathleen Kennedy $200 million to make a Star Wars movie where nobody recognizes anybody. Like, good luck. That's why they were so desperate that they went to effing announcing a Rey movie, which is God, I hope so. I really do.
I kind of do. The one I think is in most trouble is probably going to be the Filoniverse movie, because that one does sort of require all of these TV shows to get a good viewership in order that people care enough to go and turn up to see the culmination of a story. And judging by the evidence of Ahsoka and The Mandalorian, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think there's going to be enough demand. I don't think even at Disney, I think they will look at the viewing figures and say, you know what? This is just going to lose so much money. So
what, you mean the TV shows that are on a streaming service that is hidden behind a paywall that only 1.5 million people maximum are actually watching, and then what breakdown of that is going to go out into a cinema and watch You're fucked.
You forgot to mention fucked. That streaming service has yet to turn a profit, and it was $9 billion in the hole before it started.
And it's bleeding subscribers like a stuck pig.
I'm begging you. I'm begging you.
Bob Iger promises D+ will be profitable by next year. By next year.
Good luck with that, Bob.
Oh, we believe you.
Yeah. It depends how they decide to allocate where the money's coming from and going, like the lawsuit alleges.
That's right. Well, did you see the one Yahoo Finance article?
Yahoo,
where they talk about breaking up Disney.
I've seen a couple about that. That there's a lot of people with the stock the way it is advocating that Disney sell off in pieces right now. Yeah.
Well, they turn into two different companies, and that way they can hide. It's a way to hide a lot of money. That's it.
And also basically the agreement of, hey, theme park shit, and then have somebody come in and buy all the TV stuff, all the streaming stuff, and essentially do licensing in perpetuity for all the characters and all the franchises, which that seems so complicated.
It does.
So I just, if someone doesn't come in and buy it wholesale, I don't know how you do something like that.
And I don't know if anybody can. I mean, that
Apple.
Apple, no, Apple has, you're right. They have the money.
Apple and Amazon have the cash.
They have the money. I don't know if they would be, if this government would let them. Or interested, yeah.
I don't know if Apple would be stupid enough to do it either.
Yeah,
Amazon I could see doing that, but with Apple's whole approach with its streaming service has been actually kind of laudable. It's not done particularly well, but they basically said we are going to focus on a few quality, unique productions which we are creating from new high concept stuff. And it's going to be a few, but it's going to be all well produced. And in some cases, I thought Silo was okay. Foundation is garbage, but it's got a hit and miss picks. Tetris, by contrast, was really, really good. So it's got a hit and miss record, but at least its approach is quite sensible by comparison with Disney, which said, well, money's cheap, so we'll buy everyone. And Amazon, which said, well, money's cheap, so we'll buy everything. And then, lo and behold, neither of these two things are doing particularly well streaming-wise. So I don't think Apple would do it. Amazon is a different question.
Before the strike, totally off topic, you just got me talking about, you mentioned The Expanse earlier. Apple was interested in picking up The Expanse.
Ooh.
So, that would have been a good fit, I think.
Yeah. Well, and I'd like for them to finish it and get into the proto-molecule stuff in the 30-year jump, but because it ended terribly. But
yes.
That's just me.
Andor, Kenobi, Ahsoka, Mandalorian,
Sabine.
Do you like us yet?
Sorry, you just said ending badly. I just was trying to figure out which show.
I looked at the budget of House of the Dragon, which is said on the Google that it's between $150 million and $200 million. But like that looks
$200 million. Yeah,
it looks it like it absolutely looks it through and through.
Bro, the making of. Did you watch all the making of?
I did.
Or all the behind the scenes stuff. They put so much time and effort and energy into creating the sets, and obviously they're going to use a lot of those, especially all the King's Landing
build
stuff.
Up. 2 years of build up for that. That was
And that's what you need, though. You
Yeah,
need
that
that kind of
series is
time
good.
and that kind of dedication to create a show because it shows through the product at the end of the day.
What they're doing now is the reason they took that break in between season 1 and 2 is they're not going to do 2-year breaks in between seasons because they know that's stupid and it's suicide. So they got the writing ahead now that they got greenlit for a little more. I think
That's
George
smart.
wants 4, but they could probably tell the story in 3, to be honest with you. But
Yeah.
they have the end planned out. They know where they're going. They're writing ahead. They're going to make it 8 episodes instead of 10, but you're not going to have to wait a year. You might
It's
have
a
to wait.
finished story, right?
Yeah.
It's not like you're waiting on George to do Winds of Winter still.
No.
You know, but House of the Dragon's good as fuck. And probably too, let's just be fair, with the way Game of Thrones season 8 ended, despite the massive ratings, it was such a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths that I'm sure internally they were wondering, how will House of the Dragon do? You know, is it going to be? None of us thought it was going to be as good as it is.
No.
And they came out with a fucking banger, dude.
Banger.
And I
Absolute
cannot
banger.
wait for season 2.
I can't either.
It's a great example of somebody taking the criticism of the fandom and going, okay, well, let's try and repair that. And they actually succeeded.
It's encouraging.
Disney
yeah, 'cause
does the
it's
opposite every
between
time.
that and Stranger Things season 4 as well. I think, but most particularly with House of the Dragon, because Game of Thrones was left on such a sour note. The fact that actually it can be fixed, it can be repaired, audiences will come back when they see that a good job has been done, is encouraging for all of these other franchises that we look at the moment and say, well, this is absolutely fucked from beginning to end. Actually, no. Fans are more forgiving than a lot of people give them criticism for, or praise for, or whatever, credit for. So it's not impossible to say that something could happen like that with Star Wars. It's just incredibly unlikely.
Mm-hmm. Hey,
And there's this big machine that they can't stop. It's like MCU. You can't stop this big machine that keeps cranking out shit. We're just going to keep getting it.
Picard season 3, total anomaly. Loved it. Best show I've seen this year.
And there's other things in the Game of Thrones universe that I think people still are probably worried about, right? Like you're doing a Dunk and Egg series.
That's
You haven't
fine.
fit it-
I'm not
well,
worried about that.
Some of it you are, but we also don't have all those.
That's
right?
true. Okay.
You know, that's not a series that's finished
That's
yet.
the problem, yeah.
But 10,000
Jon
ships.
Snow sequel, what the fuck is that going to be? You know?
I think it's going to be him running around Yee like trying to find more White Walkers. I don't know, but he can't
just
go to
gonna be him and Tormund hanging out. Like,
well, that would be cool. I'd be fine with that, to be honest with you. It'd be like a buddy
What's the
cop.
point of
Not how the show ended, though.
No, it's
like I
stupid.
don't care about Jon Snow anymore because he was completely
No.
destroyed.
We
need to find him another queen.
Nymeria and the 10,000 ships will be woke as shit. It'll be fucking terrible. The Flea Bottom show sounds fucking stupid. Dunk and Egg is the only one that has any hope, and Ryan's right. It's an unfinished book series.
I'm looking forward to Dunk and Egg, though. I bloody love
Dunk and
Egg. Got
Egg
a
is
couple
so
really good
good.
stories.
Yeah.
Like Night of the Seven Kingdoms. That's an easy adaptable one.
Yes,
it really is. And I don't even know. Like that should be a mini series.
Well, it should be, and you can actually end that. The way it ends, like, you know, you don't know anybody's fate, but they do kind of walk off in the sunset. And you can end on that. That'd be nice. That's fine, you know, and then you could just talk about Summerhall. We don't know what happened at the tragedy
That
of
ending
Summerhall.
is fucking brutal, dude. The Night of the Seven Kingdoms ending is brutal. Because you think, I'm like, the fuck? Is this like a nice way to end this story? Like, holy shit, that's crazy. And then Balon's just like, I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark. Fucking brain slides out of his head.
Yep. Oh, it's so messed up. Oh.
It's
but that's how Dunk becomes Dunk, you know, like that's what happens. But there's a tourney and somebody gets hit in the head and he takes his helmet off and a chunk of his head falls off and he's all, I don't feel so good. The end.
Basically going like Mitch McConnell, right?
Yeah.
Like,
He's a little lightheaded.
What happens is like he just starts talking weird and like not acting right. And so he like takes off his helmet after a big battle and you realize half of his fucking brain's exposed and it just like falls out and he's dead. And it turns out really brutal because his brother is the one who did it.
Yeah.
It wasn't really intentional, but kind of changes the course of the history of Westeros, to be honest.
It certainly
Spoiler
does.
alert.
Yeah, it's been out.
What the fuck? You guys aren't going to read that shit.
It's good stuff, though. No, I think that would be a really good show. But we'll see. We'll see. I'd really like George to finish the fucking book.
Dude, the only thing George
That's
can
never
finish
happening.
is a fucking slice of cake. That's
He's,
the only thing. He
he's screaming. He's screaming. I do nothing for your pleasure, Nerdrotic.
So, just to Gary, you mentioned the budget for House of the Dragon. What was it?
100. Well, it's 200 million. We'll say 200 million. We'll round up.
For House of the Dragon.
House of the Dragon. Yeah.
And which season is that?
10 episodes.
Season 1.
And that's cheaper than Andor and She-Hulk, by the way.
Because it makes me want to know what the budget for Wheel of Time is now, because the show looks cheap. Like
It's,
season 2.
200 million pesos.
Really? Gosh. Because even in episode 2, they are reusing the same set multiple times. There's a bedroom set and a round room set, and you can tell that they've just redone the dressing or put like grass in it and everything like that. And it makes me like
80 million.
80 million. So
that was season 1.
Yeah,
that was
Amazon confirms the Wheel of Time season 2 has a bigger budget than season 1.
82 million.
Bigger budget.
Bigger budget.
It does look cheap, and so
it looked. Season 1 looked cheap. Those costumes look like shit.
Yeah, they do.
It was shot cheap, like Rings of Power.
That looked like Xena shit, but bad.
Xena did it better.
Rings of Power looked like it was. Rings of Power looked like it was really expensive, but made by people who had no idea what they were doing.
Yes,
that's what it looked
like they were looking at the manual of the camera. How do you turn it?
Well, when you go back to
no
House
idea.
of the Dragon, like I talked about this morning on our daily show. The 14 million view Ahsoka number, assuming it's real, isn't impressive.
Worldwide?
House of the Dragon.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a global number. That's the thing people don't understand about
Global
that shit.
number
That is a global number.
Over a week.
Mm-hmm. Over a week with
Yeah.
150
Yeah.
million Disney Plus subscribers, basically.
Yeah.
And maybe 140 after all those Indian
I just
people
assumed it was
left.
a typo the way it came out.
Dude, 100. Maybe like 100 after all the Indian people left. Okay.
Right. But House of the Dragon was getting 30 million views per episode in the US.
Yep.
Right? So is 14 million on a streaming service that's bigger than that? Is that impressive? I don't think it is at all, even if it is real. So,
nope. And now I'm just thinking, I want House of the Dragon season 2.
At least it's still filming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. Thank God the UK has like completely different rules over there.
You know what isn't filming? Daredevil.
Good.
Yeah, I'd say.
Good.
Oh, did you guys see Marvel just moved a bunch of shit, by the way?
No.
Again? Did the Marvels get moved?
No.
Oh,
TV shows.
Thank God.
TV show.
Echo? Did they move Echo? Don't tell me.
Echo
No!
and Agatha.
What?
We're gonna have to rewrite our whole schedule now.
Why move Echo
Our
when
forecast.
you're just going to defecate it onto the service?
Kevin!
Yeah, just get it out.
Although, not many people have heard much about Echo.
That's what she didn't say.
They're trying to give that. They were trying to give that series a leg up.
I guess now she'll
But
have
it's
to
gonna
suffer-
limp in.
She'll have to suffer in silence.
Yes.
And it's going to be a trail of tears. So,
Hello, Instagram and TikTok.
Echo was supposed to be on November 29th. Now it's shifted to January 2024.
Wait, what date in January?
Just January.
Oh, okay.
So they shifted it to the dead month because they were actually dropping it in like a primetime TV for here in the U.S. anyway. That's most people watch TV in the fall.
Holy shit. Agatha was supposed to release this winter, is now back to early fall of 2024.
Yep.
Set to lead up into the Halloween season.
By the way, both shows have been completed for over a year.
Didn't Agatha get reshot? Didn't they do a serious amount of reshooting on that?
Yeah, and it's still been done for a year.
So Agatha, a character that's in a show that came out like 2 years ago,
Garrett,
is going to come out in 2 years.
And they also just renamed Agatha too.
Yeah, they again.
Agatha Darkhold Diaries.
It was
yeah.
even better.
Oh, that's gonna get the people in.
You know what this means?
You had me at Darkhold.
This means they haven't got a fucking clue what they were writing. They were writing as they went up, and just kept hacking it and changing it. It's
The original title was Agatha Harkness. Then it was Agatha Coven of Chaos. Now it's Agatha going for the dark me.
Agatha House of Harkness was the original one.
House of
Agatha
Harkness,
of the traveling pants.
They know one thing. They know that they want alliteration. Agatha House of Harkness, Agatha Coven of Chaos, and Agatha Darkhold Diaries. That is the only thing they know about the series.
It's like a CW show.
It does. It's like they're trying to find a new target audience. It's like, well, we've lost all the young guys,
intelligent people.
Yeah.
So let's go to the fans of the Darkhold. You know,
the most recent title is the worst of them as well. Darkhold Diaries is probably the cringest of all the possible names they could have gone with.
Here's the deal. You could have just released Echo during the writer's strike. It's not like she can say anything on the red carpet anyway.
Oh man, we're gonna have every demographic after us.
Yes. Except we won't hear this one.
I denounce Friday Night Tide.
Could save a lot of money on writing with that show.
I'm not associated with.
Whatever. You think she's gonna hear about this show?
You remember when bro, Gary, do you remember on Sports Wars when I like berated some deaf
yes, I do.
Some fucking deaf viewer? Obviously they weren't a listener.
Wasn't Christopher Arcello?
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
But somebody was like, you really need to start closed captioning your videos. I was like, fuck you. Like, you think I'm going to go through, like, they have auto captions or whatever. You think I'm going to go through all that fucking effort? Fuck off.
Seriously.
Right.
And I'm sure once they read my lips and figured out what the fuck I meant, they were very offended.
Well, I hope they translate this episode into Spanish. I do.
The intro's in Spanish. So
everything says taco,
Ryan,
taco.
Ryan, check your Twitter DMs.
Oh, wait. Okay, Garrett, pull up.
Oh, yes.
My vid. The vid.
Oh, is there tacos in it?
No, we already ate our tacos, Odin, like when we started the show 2 hours ago.
Yes. Well, I had a pizza taco. I folded it in a nice.
You had a pizza taco? Did you put pineapple in it?
No,
but you ate it before you got on the show.
But you're
no, I was eating it on camera while you were talking.
Why do you sound Italian?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm eating my taco.
I'm trying to talk about tacos. I'm trying to talk tacos.
We haven't fit enough demographics yet.
It's because I'm eating a pizza and taco.
Okay, so I was putting final touches on a video this morning, so I had my editing software up. I'm watching Az.
Did I share audio?
I hope so. I'm watching my buddy Az play his Starfield game.
Starfield.
From Bethesda. I'm a massive gamer, so I'm really aware of all this. And I caught this live, and I just thought this was funny.
Listen, I know I should have been more forthcoming about who I was earlier.
Yes.
So, in the interest of full disclosure, there's one more thing you ought to know before we head up there.
You're a dude.
My relationship with the UC. It's more complicated than it might seem at first glance.
Uh-huh.
The UC's actually the only reason I'm here in the first place.
Yeah.
I am a clone of a man named Francois Sanon, one-time fleet admiral of the UC during Colony, former head of the UC Navy. Listen,
Az, tell me, did you compliment her breasts at any moment?
Did you talk to her?
Did you?
I did not try to bang this one, thankfully. Yeah.
That's a whole new level. It's not even just I'm a clone of a man.
But when you literally say the joke, the obvious fucking joke, because it's current day, and then they do it.
I know.
And they step it up a notch too.
I'm a clone of a man.
I'm a clone of a man who's a woman. What?
Welcome to Western entertainment. And then you were talking to that dude with clearly a woman's voice early on. I was like, what the fuck was that? Sorry to make you spit there, but yeah. I see a dude, and all of a sudden it's like it sounds like a woman. I'm like that is a dude. So yeah, welcome to Western entertainment, to where we can. It's moved into parody, so like we can't parody it anymore. And when we try to, we're still called racist. But like when they go full on, into the stereotype, or hey, every chick's gonna have a dick, and in every video game now, it's just not surprising. But it was still funny to watch you go through that.
100%
I'm never romancing anyone in this game, just to be sure. Just to be careful.
Did it
I'm just landmines everywhere, man. You don't know.
Stand in the corner and wank.
All right.
It's a trap.
As be honest,
It's a fap.
The corner is a trap.
have you romanced anyone in Baldur's Gate? You've been playing that one a lot.
Right. I was trying to bang the
dark hair girl
chick. Yeah.
Shadowheart.
But she was making it really hard, and I'm fucking bored.
I'm sure she did.
Oh, dude! Did it take? Trying to ask him a question. I can't answer the question now.
I was like X-ray girl. You did not miss a beat then. Well,
that was smooth. That was smooth.
Right in, which Az didn't do.
Bonus words.
Hey.
Oh. Did it take you out of the game?
That bit that we just watched, yes, just a little bit, yes.
Yeah, because I saw you rant for about a half an hour over it.
I was a tirade after that about Western games and Western developers, and a little bit of a
rant.
They're
going to keep doing this, and we're all going to be watching like South Korean horror films, and probably be better off for it. At this point,
absolutely.
I'm just waiting for the bit in, say, like 5 years' time, where there's a character who's really clearly, absolutely terrified. They have this really deep, dark revelation, and they've been fighting with it for their entire lives. And you go and you have the long conversation, and they really don't want to say it, but eventually they do, and they have to confess that they are, in fact, a biological woman.
Oh, I thought you were going to go. They were in fact. They are in fact.
That's like, at work in Hollywood. Now it's like, I want to tell you something. It's really serious. I'm straight.
I'm straight.
Ooh,
don't tell anybody.
I don't know how you're going to break that. Don't tell anybody.
Don't tell anybody.
You're going to get fired.
Yeah.
Don't you mean that you're cis?
Yeah, like when, was it Kit Harington who was like, yeah, I'm non-binary because my mom made me play with dolls or something.
Yeah, because
I was going to say balls.
That was
because his mom was.
You got a different problem, man.
Mom didn't want to admit.
That was Drew Barrymore's mom that made it.
I was a clone of some random man.
Oh, Drew Barrymore's mom? Yeah, she's a. Ooh.
That's the sequel.
Yeah.
That's a sequel they can do with that character. He could be his own queen.
Speaking of queens,
Genius.
Gary, do you want to watch?
Daenerys? Oh,
get ready.
Oh yeah.
Journey to the Marvels.
My queen. No. Oh no, it's actually Ryan's queen. And thanks to Rachel Zegler, I think Brie Larson and her very tight tank top are putting her on a redemption arc. And if she just doesn't say anything with her tits hanging out, I think she'll be fine.
That's the thing. That's what most women should be, in all fairness.
I've been preaching. I've been preaching about it.
I can't believe you took Ryan's line like that. So, by the way, this trailer is to recap you on all the things you kind of need to see, right? Before we see the Marvels, let's check it out.
It gets pretty lonely out here.
Oh my God!
Yes. Just her and her cat.
So on the nose.
Fucking cat lady.
I want the behind the scenes of that shot.
Okay, we got to talk about the special effects here. They're fucking awful, by the way. So they have
horrendous.
It's
a fucking cat, dude.
The flirkin.
Her head's just floating there.
Lonely out here. I need to regain the memories that the Kree took from me.
Okay, stop.
Auntie Carol.
Stop. She also has like the worst voice for Captain Marvel is for one, it's Miss Marvel, and Carol Danvers is a commanding presence, but she doesn't have like a 12-year-old's voice. Nobody's ever imagined that with her when you were reading it in the comics, like I was back in the 70s. That's the other thing why Brie is just horribly miscast as this character. Horribly miscast. Sorry.
Hey,
all that vocal fry at the Parker.
Oh my
It's
God.
really lonely out here with my cat.
It's so like boring and stuff.
I'm just here with my wine bottle and my cat. I'm so lonely.
I need some antidepressant.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Oh my God.
But time is relative. So
You guys are being way too judgmental before you see more shots of her in the tank top. All right. Calm down.
You are Carol Danvers, the most powerful person.
Oh, dude.
Validation.
That's
You're
old
the most
line, though,
powerful
right? That's
person
old
ever,
line.
and then you got powers.
I can't stand that actress.
Oh, okay. It's an old line that they purposely put in their fucking
pulled.
new trailer.
Well, no. This
They
is
said that it was Captain Marvel. This is the journey to get
this
there.
is a recap of Captain Marvel
Yes.
for
Yeah.
you,
But
and then
yeah.
they're gonna do a recap of Monica Rambeau, and then they're gonna recap
Yeah,
of
my
Miss
whole
Marvel.
point
Because they
is
have to.
this is something they specifically chose for this trailer
Yeah.
for
Oh, yes.
the build up.
What is the job of
Well,
this segment? We need to reintroduce the audience to Captain Marvel. What is every single thing you need to know about this character? Her name is Carol, and she's really powerful.
Yes.
And you're done. You've been reintroduced. That's her whole thing.
Yep.
And it made a
Gary, if
billion
your
dollars,
job-
so
If it's your job to recap that movie, that's what you would pick.
To be fair, that is the movie.
That is the movie's message. Pretty on point.
It's the hero's journey.
How powerful she is.
Way before you could shoot fire from your fists.
I get in trouble for that.
I can see that about you.
There's that vocal fry. Look, Marvel is.
I heard that they're going to change that character a little bit.
She's just slightly different from the comics.
Hang
Just
on.
a little bit.
Hang on. I'm looking for
A
that
little
video.
bit.
Vagina plasting?
Come on, Charlie. Come on,
I'm
Charlie.
getting there.
Got a
Hang
lot
on.
of videos.
She got the
I
Barbie
a lot
treatment.
of videos. Where to go? Where to go? Keep talking.
That back.
There we go.
What the?
The funny thing about the negabands on the TV show is that they're actually meant to be a big callback to the OG version of Captain Marvel, the very first version, who was a man called Mar-Vell, who did appear during the Captain Marvel movie in the MCU, but he was played by Annette Bening, so they changed the character just a little bit. What the fuck? But he was played by Annette Bening, so they changed the character just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Tad.
Just a
tad.
little bit.
Smidge.
just a little.
What happens when I'm finally set free? I'll be back before you know it.
What does she do when she's finally set free? Well, she's banished from the Marvel Universe because she was unpopular. They put her in as few minutes of Endgame as they possibly could. She still ruined the movie. And they made a contractually obligated sequel and filled it with a bunch of other women to diversity shield her. The end.
You know,
We can go on.
you say that, Gary, but my favorite part of Endgame was when she was knocked out. So
When Thanos punched her in the face with the power stone.
That's the problem.
And you all saw the behind the scenes that she was supposed to be in so much more of that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank
but
God.
she's shit. So
Yeah, there we go.
there's also that.
Lieutenant Trouble.
Lieutenant Trouble, stop touching light walls. Walls of light.
Mom
What we
passed
know
away.
about this character. She dresses up. You're about to see it again. She dresses up in astronaut suits and touches walls of light that she shouldn't.
Yeah.
That's all we know. And also, her mom and she both knew Carol Danvers. That's it.
And she has the most cringe origin ever. Walking through that wall of light, being positively affirmed, gave her superpowers.
You're the most powerful.
Built this by her own hand.
You're so good.
Powerful.
You're better than any white person.
You can do anything.
People?
I got blipped back. They rounded us to investigate earthbound anomalies.
Monica, no!
How you feeling?
Like myself. Now I can manipulate wavelengths of the electromagnetic spectrum. I'm very happy.
Wait, what?
No, she also lets criminals go who subjugated and tortured men, women, and children. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
It was a chick. It's all right.
They'll never know.
They'll never know. They'll
never know what you fucking did for them. Wait, what?
Speaking of
they
which,
tortured? You tortured them?
They know everything.
Kill me.
Didn't Pops on the right there get in a little bit of trouble?
He did.
Yeah. There's some allegations out there about some underage shit with him. But it's just allegation. I know he deleted his Twitter account over it, but I don't fucking know.
Yeah, we don't know. Innocent until proven guilty.
Is there a single Marvel
It's a cultural
production
thing.
on the slate at the moment which doesn't have someone who's accused of doing something they shouldn't?
No, not right now.
It's Hollywood.
Avengers Kang Dynasty.
Hey, they fired the writers. That'll take care of Jonathan Majors.
The most charismatic man alive.
Dude, they should go with the high evolutionary. They should. It's a better villain. It's a better villain.
Swap them out.
Yes, where is Kamala?
Who's Kamala? How do you have this?
Wait. You missed Ryan's favorite part. Hang on.
No. Keep going. You'll have another
fine.
opportunity.
Okay.
Trust me.
Grandma sent it to me in the mail. Have you ever wanted something so bad?
Gary, pause. They just explained Ms. Marvel's origin. My grandma sent me these in the mail.
It's about right.
It's so true. But they retconned it. She's now the first mutant in the MCU.
Yeah.
The fuck out of here. Get the fuck
But
outta here.
if something happens in a show but nobody watches it, did it really happen?
No.
I believe it exists. Hey, ask that to Willow.
But it's not as great as you imagined it.
You're gonna save the world. Then you're gonna save the world.
Well, now, don't you tell me to stop!
Was that the moment, Ryan?
Yeah,
You
that
need to
was
pop
that
back a
was
little bit.
Yeah. Right there.
Right there.
Right
One
before
more.
that. Right here.
That
There
looks
you
a little.
go.
That looks a little padded. I'm just saying.
It does look a little padded.
Shockingly, all bras do something for women's boobs. I don't know if any of you guys know this or not.
I had no idea.
I thought that was the exact shape. That's crazy.
They don't come like that.
I mean, honestly, yes, the man-made ones are exactly that shape.
Yeah.
They are. Continue.
Why man-made?
Don't tell me to smile.
Oh my God, the villain.
Switch places whenever.
The villain in this movie, the Captain Grill, whatever
Let
she
me
is.
see your grill. You want to see my what? You fucking need Nelly in this thing.
She's like in the other trailer. She's like, "You took everything from me."
Isn't this Michael Fassbender's wife?
Yep. Got them yellows, got them purples, got them reds.
Magneto's gonna fuck those grills up.
We switch places whenever we use our powers. Higher, further, faster.
Faster, baby.
Oh my God.
Higher for the.
Together.
Why did Monica Rambeau just fire a laser right over her
Talking
head?
over the music. Sorry, what was that?
Why did Monica Rambeau just go back? She just fired a laser almost point blank 10 feet over her head.
That looks like that's the final battle in the movie too.
Yes.
So it's,
I think it is. Yeah.
So the articles are already written of the first all-female battle in the MCU, and then people saying the MCU is not a thing.
Yeah.
Hey, really? Do you think like the premise of them, swapping powers when they use them and stuff? I mean, to be fair, I guess we kind of saw something similar in the second Fantastic Four movie, like 20 years ago, whatever that was. But like the idea of them using their powers and switching places, that could be a fucking cool idea when they start getting their teamwork down and whatever. But with these characters, who gives a fuck?
Right.
You know?
Right.
When all their powers are light. I'll do light.
Some form of light.
What was?
I can do a lot. All right?
What did they say in the last trailer? It's like one of my powers is I can see light.
Yeah, I can see light.
Yeah, Monica said I could see all like forms of.
It's like you can shoot it, you can manipulate it. I can see it. And it's like, wait, what am?
One of my
But
powers.
then in this one, she's like, I can manipulate electromagnetic
Form of
rays
water.
or something.
I know.
That's like that one bitch in Captain Planet whose fucking skill is heart. Like, yeah, no one gives a fuck about you, you loser.
Is there something after this? No, there isn't.
No,
It's
no.
just the title.
Pull up
Luckily,
pull up
death.
Ryan's article real quick that he put in the private chat, please. Are we still getting an error there, X-Ray girl?
No, it leveled out.
It leveled
I haven't
out.
got it.
All right.
There was.
I got
for a moment.
I got like
brave this up.
720 up or down, 800 up. I have like rocking internet. Like there's still problems. Like what the fuck?
Climate change.
Yeah, it's
I blame
Ozone
Obama.
layer.
Thanks, Obama.
Did they move Loki season 2?
No, that's the one thing they haven't moved.
Okay, they just put it in there to go make
Because
it
he's
go.
chaos, so
Well,
it's
no,
like, oh, it's in chaos.
No, they.
Like,
Yeah. Okay, that might be the. I think the real reason was they're gonna move Loki because nobody gives a shit about the other two shows. So they needed to put somebody recognizable in there.
Yeah.
Well, I do the same thing with thumbnails. Okay, you can't just put a couple of randos in there. So Marvel shuffles TV calendar with new dates for Agatha, Echo, and X-Men 90. X-Men 97 is animated, so it's gonna. I think that's gonna suck balls.
The showrunner has already proven that.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be terrible. What if? Oh no! Oh no! We're gonna get. What if Echo and Agatha?
What if anyone watched it?
Yeah.
What if it was good?
What if I gave a shit? Hey, they gave us Captain Carter man bod. So now titled Agatha Darkhold Diaries. Oh my god.
What are they trying with?
Darkhold?
They are
like the Darkhold.
Telling everybody,
dark hole.
Just telling everybody they haven't got a clue. Just telling everybody time and time again they haven't got a fucking clue
And
what
there's
they're doing.
absolutely no jokes to be had with Darkhold Diaries at all. Like, none.
We haven't already written the review title in our Discord.
Yes. If you're looking for something darker.
I thought that's what y'all were saying that whole time was dark hole.
No, it's Dark Hold, like the book from that movie that sucked.
Yeah.
Remember that?
The title's receiving new dates.
Sorry,
The
Shows
writer's
you I didn't.
strike began May 2nd. By the way, 123 days of the writer's strike, by the way. While the actors went on strike on July 14th, and the world is healing, by the way. Significantly impacting production and development at the same time. Sources say Marvel wants to focus its efforts to make each title an event for fans and audiences. The studio has decided that spreading out its content is a more prudent strategy. I would say getting rid of it.
No.
I would say spread it out to the bin.
Yeah.
I would say make something that's actually good, but that's asking a lot these days.
So they're gonna focus their efforts on making better shows. What were they doing before?
Not making better shows.
They were making
They're
content.
admitting that they suck.
Yeah,
and
they're
that all
admitting-
the shows have sucked so far.
Pretty
Just
much.
wanted to make it clear. Good job.
Yep. So as I was told this at Comic-Con last year, like they know they fucked up and they're going to try to pivot, but it's going to take them like 3 years. It's going to and that that could be happening with Star Wars too. It doesn't matter. 3 years, nobody's going to give a shit.
No.
They can still bring this stuff out. Same with the DC EU. Shouldn't have. Every time you release a movie, every time Disney Star Wars releases something post the original trilogy, every time Marvel releases something MCU, you're just doing irrevocable damage to your brand forever. Not we can probably bring it back 10 years later. Nobody's going to give a shit in 10 years. This is it.
Dude, I don't give a shit now.
I don't give a shit now. It's fun to mock. I mean, that's about it.
Seriously, that is about it.
Scroll up. I'm not supposed to say down. Up. Okay.
Not supposed to say up.
Scroll
down.
The Hollywood Reporter poked around the Marvel scheduling changes, and here's what sources say is the rundown. As previously announced, Loki Season 2 will be the only show to hit this fall, debuting on Disney Plus on October 6th. Expectations remain high for the Tom Hiddleston, Owen Wilson, Jonathan Majors show-fronted series that centers on alternate timelines. Sylvie is the star of this show. It's not Tom Hiddleston.
Yeah, excuse me.
Yeah, she's amazing. She shot herself.
The story's not about you.
Yeah. Have you heard though that there's kickback from the people who don't watch the show who Marvel listen to because they're like, why is Sylvie working at McDonald's? Why isn't she like an executive at like company and stuff?
Didn't you see the Barbie film? We could do anything.
Yeah.
I would love to
McDonald's.
McDonald's. Free nuggets, bro.
Oh, you're broken, Ryan.
You're broken, Ryan.
No. Exterminate.
I know what happened. I'll be right back.
So yeah, working
Separated
at McDonald's,
your audio from the stream.
Working at Hey, at least I figured it out, okay?
Did he cross the streams?
Not at the most optimal time, all right? But I've been
You
working
can
on
Gary gets things done.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I get them done like while I'm working. I'm like, oh, what's that button do? Oh, that's what I needed it to do. FNT trailer had the biggest digital debut of a trailer for any Disney Plus series, and
a trailer. Okay.
Well, because popular trailers it really tell us it's going to be something good.
Wait, so company that has been known to bot their viewership is celebrating highly viewed trailer. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh, and we haven't even discussed that, right? Like, I'm sure there's a way to bot your own streaming service to kick up, especially when you have ads. So, like, the transparency thing's going to eventually have to happen to some extent. I don't know if we'll ever see the numbers, but definitely people buying ad time. You'd be fucking crazy to buy ad time with any of these streamers if they don't show you fucking hard data. That's like, I don't know, buying a Facebook ad. Which is fucking stupid, by the way, because they've been busted multiple times and sued multiple times for
take a course.
Yes,
to learn their policies.
I saw that.
Great.
A fucking course.
Yeah, so that you can get out of a strike quicker. You can go to a re-education camp.
Oh, wait, no. So you go to driver's
I'm sure
school.
it's also
wait. It's like getting a speeding ticket.
Yeah.
All you do is you go to room 101.
No. Really?
It's just so they can go, look, we had a course. We told you how to do it.
Why is Jordan Peterson here?
It's your fault that you weren't reprogrammed properly.
You could have learned about misgendering.
Is the course free?
Based on what I saw, it looked like it
I
was,
would.
yeah.
Okay. Although it should be noted that the animated show is not a holiday-themed series like the namesake comic of which it is based on. What If is an anthology series that looks at key moments of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and that last season was like, hey, what if it's a woman?
Yeah. Or what if it's a black dude?
Yeah, what if it's black instead?
Yep. Jeffrey Wright returns as voice of the Watcher, the alien narrator. Originally slated for early 2023 Echo spinoff. So yeah, fuck it. It's
What if Black Panther was darker?
What if Black Panther was Star-Lord? That was like
and Star-Lord was a janitor.
Yeah. That was weird.
What if we just killed all the white people?
Echo.
She didn't hear that.
She did not hear that. All right, that's enough. I'm really disappointed. I wanted fucking Echo this year.
Yeah.
And then we're not
January.
Yeah, I guess it's fine.
Are they still dropping all the episodes all at once?
Yeah. Well, that
didn't change in the.
I think this is funnier though. Remember Red Letter Media? Fuck you, it's January.
Yes.
That's what Marvel have done to Echo.
Pretty much.
Fuck you, it's January.
It is still being dumped all at once. As previously announced, all episodes will drop.
Fast as possible.
Yes.
We're still
I hope
having
that came
problems,
through.
huh? Is it freezing up?
Yeah. I mean, I'm seeing it intermittently go in and out.
It's just sleeping.
I
No,
thought
it's
you
just
just
not
fallen asleep
moving.
with boredom.
No. On my one hand, it's all moving fine, but on Streamlabs, it's not. So he's just stuck there. No.
Oh.
Well, at least he's having a
Have
nice
you tried
sleep.
turning him off and turning him back on again?
I've tried. It doesn't work. I have to turn the entire computer off and on, and I just thought, fuck it, no.
That's too much effort for this shitty show.
All right. Let's do some super chats. Sorry.
Oh shit, yeah, those. Those things that keep the lights on, shit.
Yeah.
And the internet going.
Yes.
There we go. Go. All right. Kevin Nelson for 50 British pounds. Proper money. I don't know why my soundboard got so quiet.
Sounds fine.
That one sounded fine.
Yeah, it did. Sounds quiet to me. Yeah, maybe it's just to me.
I'm just waiting for you to press a button to change it, and then the chat to start shouting they can't hear anything anymore.
I know. Well, you know what? Yeah, I'm not going to press any buttons. Not now.
Probably a good idea.
Says, has Jon Favreau been sidelined by Kathleen Kennedy? Reports are that he left. For bringing Luke back into Star Wars universe in The Mandalorian? No, I think the reports are that he wrote, this is just what I heard. Okay, so don't put this in. This is just what I heard from somebody who works in and around Lucasfilm, that he is going to, he wrote some of Mandalorian season 4.
He's written all of Mando season 4, yeah.
Yeah, and he's leaving. And he might get some EP
He's going to executive produce all the Filoni stuff, the Filoni movie, all that shit. But like, these are people, of course you're going to have creative differences, but people really need to stop with the bullshit about them trying to subvert her, or like do things she wasn't allowed on the set, or they brought Luke back without her permission. All of that is just absolute horseshit and bullshit. Always has been. Like, that's the way it is. In terms of Mando season 3, look at some of the behind the scenes shit for Mando season 3. Jon Favreau's there. Jon Favreau's talking about like how it was kind of one of his ideas was to bring Lizzo and Jack Black there. Like the fantasy that everything that goes wrong with Star Wars is all because of Kathleen Kennedy is just not true, right? That's not the reality. As much as some people would love for it to be.
No, she has no creative input. She signs the checks. She's the boss. Everything creative goes through whoever wrote that show and the EP. They don't have showrunners, but it goes through the story group. It goes through the story group, and it goes through Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau for their particular shows that they have writing credits for. You can't have a writing credit and not write the show. Like that's against their rules. So, and Kathleen Kennedy is a producer. Kathleen Kennedy is a bad coffee maker. She made bad decisions. She interrupted Spielberg. She was good. He even said it publicly. She was good at interrupting conversations and saying stupid shit like, what if he gets the dog instead of the girl? Well, now we've had 10 years of Kathleen Kennedy, and now we know. Nerd Wars. Hail Nerd Wars for $50. I watched your Iron Age video. It's very good.
Really
Very
good. Video.
Razor fists on the thumbnail. Hail FNT. Quick plug for my documentary about the Fellowship. After a year, the final part is out. It's called the Wokeopolis. I can't say these words. The Wokeopolis.
Wokeapocalypse.
Wokeapocalypse. Wokeapocalypse.
Wokeopolis.
Wokeapocalypse.
Anti-distinctly minty.
Wokeapocalypse. Yeah, sorry. I Mitch McConnell there a little bit. Sorry.
Yeah.
On my channel, Nerd Wars, you all got the last one to 50,000 views. Thank you all.
Wow.
Now I'm on to the final edit. Hail to the chat. Hail to you. Go check it out. Nerd Wars.
Fantastic, man.
Subscribe to Nerd Wars. I also have to plug somebody.
That's what she said.
All right. It was in my video. Hang on. Give me a moment. The Twitter, I need you. So our intro, we usually make our own stuff, right? we make our own edits, we make our own stuff. But I saw something on Twitter that was so freaking good. I'm like, hey, dude, can we use your thing for an intro? And he said, yeah. And it's follow Mark Studdick, but it's actually Casual Nachos, at Casual Nachos on Twitter. And if you go to YouTube, he used, I think it's called Gimbo, Gimbo, Gimbo. Gimbo, and Gimbo was his name. So, like, he took part of Gimbo's video, put another ending, and I'm like, hey, can we use it? He said, totally cool. So, give him a follow. Wanted to shout him out. Thank you. Thanks for letting us do that. Because we usually just make our own shit.
Yeah.
But give proper credit where credit is due. Unlike
paid for in exposure.
Unlike what I could Ian Miles Chong his, and just take the content and take full credit for it.
Hassan Piker it.
Yeah, Twitter's back to Twitter now.
Oh, big time.
Yeah, Twitter's back to just being the old Twitter. Meet the new boss, same as the old boss with Smilax CEO. She looks like she OD'd on that shit, by the way. Smilax gas.
They've been using brand X.
She looks like the woman reporter who dies in Batman. She does. Stardust Viking has gifted 20 Nerdrotic memberships for $100. Thank you. Members. You're going to get some member content in the UK.
Member.
So
close,
guys.
Oh my God, it's I'm excited, and I have the crippling anxiety of getting on a plane, so I'll deal with all that. Joe, and I have no way to mask it. I don't drink, I don't get high, so I just gotta feel it. It'll be great. Joe Dirt.
Remember how they used to knock out B.A. Baracus in the A-Team because you wouldn't fly?
Yeah.
That was fun.
God, the A-Team was great. I love it when a plan comes together. What a fucking good show.
It was a good show.
Very good show. So many bullets flying, so few people shot.
Such a great ride,
I
too.
think
That
one
van, so
person
badass.
dies in the whole show, and that's Colonel Decker, is it? Not the Colonel Decker or the other guy, but one of the, the Colonel Decker characters is killed, and I think it's the only fatality in the show.
Joe Dirt, your ass, my face, has gifted 10 Nerdrotic memberships for $50. Master Austin has gifted 20 Nerdrotic memberships for $100. Hail! And
Master Austin.
Late Too Late the Show has gifted 10 Nerdrotic memberships for $50. Sheep.
I think the little platoons had a heart attack and died, actually. And rigor mortis has set in really quickly.
The brain is still on. It's just the body has collapsed.
Drink more wine.
Yeah.
I can't even drink the one. I've got a button to move the wine glass and nothing's fucking moving. I'm trapped here. I've got locked-in syndrome. I can't even blink twice for no.
Yeah, I think I think it's StreamYards. It might be a combination of things. Chrome sucks. StreamYards kind of sucks. I did do a Windows 11 update, so yeah.
There it is. That's your problem.
Update.
I thought you were going to say Crohn's disease.
Crohn's disease.
Crohn's. Chromosome disease.
Chromosome disease.
Not enough of them.
Where was I? Damn it, you guys. It's all your fault.
Obsidian.
Except for you.
You
Little
clicked
Platoon.
off of it.
Nothing's your fault, Little Platoon.
I did nothing
I'm blaming
wrong.
my co-hosts.
I did everything correct.
Bunch of knuckleheads.
Oh,
Sheep City and Black Aragorn. What's up, brother?
Sheep.
For $70. Says, hail. It's Black Aragorn. My manga Fandemonium prologue is now live and free to read at fandemonium.locals.com. Go follow Sheep City. And good dude, by the way. Check it out. The final chapter is in the drawing phase now. Let's also get Horror Amarada to 1,000 subs on YouTube. Let's do it. It's Horror Amarada.
Horror Amarada.
She had to leave Twitch because Twitch sucks now. Like,
Why would you be there anyways? Glad you left.
I thought it always sucked, but that's me. I did one stream on Twitch, like ever. I can't remember what it was, but
I don't think I ever streamed there. No
She's
point
going to
to
do
it.
a 24-hour Halloween stream. You know what?
Nice.
I am not committing to 24-hour streams. I'll
It's way
die.
too long.
I'll do one.
Yeah.
But good for her. You'll
ready.
do one? Okay, well then, if
I'll
we
pop
hit
it on horrors show.
There you go.
Be fun.
Part 2 is correction. My URL is still a city named barnyard.locals.com. A city named barnyard.locals.com. I got to get that changed. While I have real estate, while I have real estate in the message, Rippaverse hoodies are up for pre-order. Ooh,
Wait,
get those.
what?
Very nice.
Rippaverse hoodies? Oh my god.
I was asked if Eric is like sponsoring my videos because I wear his shirts in all my videos now. No, I bought those shirts with my money and I wear them on my own volition.
Yeah, Eric saw me wearing one of his T-shirts to the gym, and he's just like, "When you go a size down, I'm going to send you 2 T-shirts."
I saw that.
Nice.
I was like, "Shit! I literally can just fit into these."
The Aussie Juggalo for $50 Australian.
Got a little bit to go.
Yeah.
Hey Gary,
You're killing it though.
Hey Gary, my favorite thing is when you say "extra in your over-the-top accent. That is right. I am so happy that my math is here. Yes.
Your math
Could you
is
say
sweet.
"extra good" with the voice, but say it as if you're really surprised to see her? Extra good.
Is this just a kink now? Is this turned into
For sure. This.
Now say it like
extra
you're
girl.
angry.
say it like you fucking
Say it like I mean it.
That's getting clipped as.
always.
I hope so.
Always.
Dude, I could have your live stream. There's like 5 or 6 like solid clips in that. Solid clips. Foggy Beamer Gamer for $50. 50. After Gary announced a Ukraine meetup last week. That's right. We're going to be in the Ukraine for a meetup.
Ukraine.
Wait, what?
Oh.
Ukraine meetup coming up.
We're going to war, everybody.
We're gonna go partying
Oh
with
my
the
God.
men.
Yeah.
Hey, we're going
They're
to go break
partying
out-
on the beach.
We're going to break out Coach Red Pill. That's what we're going to do.
We heard Zelensky's got a bunch of super chat money.
Is he really
Grifted.
locked up still?
Last I heard.
Coach Red Pill? Yeah.
Coach Red Pill, yeah.
Tried to make a run for it, but I guess got caught at the border.
Oh, he got caught at the border? I remember. Well,
Because they arrested him and then they let him go. And they basically said in so many words, "Get the hell out of here." And he's like, he posted a video saying that he's going to try and make it out. And if he does, it means they got him at the border. So that's essentially what happened.
That is
Just let him go.
It is so weird that Coach Red Pill is like caught up in like fucking American and European geopolitical situations.
I know, it's
Coach
weird, dude.
I
Red
think it's
Pill.
a bit weird that Joe Biden and Hunter Biden are caught up in. Okay, no, we're not. Let's talk about that. All right.
Yeah, I agree. It's also weird that Joe Biggs got. Did Joe Biggs really get 17 years?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah.
17 years.
That's a fucking
And it's
travesty.
being celebrated.
That's a travesty. That's
Yeah.
fucking unbelievable. No one speaks English, but I was given a bunch of merch in green camo with the Blockbuster logo. A guy pointed to me and said, "Front of the line." So I'll be in the front row. See you soon, Gary.
Oh no!
Ministry of Wrong Thing for $49.99. Says, "Be nicer to Dave Filoni. Clearly, he put all he has into Ahsoka, at least 2 inches. I bet Cowboy."
You know, he wishes he could, man.
Oh yes. Oh yes. It's his little.
He probably has a real doll for that.
She's my little fuck bud one.
I bet Cowboy Beep Bop Boop wants to be up Dawson's Creek so much and get an orange meat saber. Wow! Wow!
Wow,
I'm surprised-
indeed.
Did we get a super chat from Dave Filoni's dog? Because those are funny. Those are funny because he's always asking to be like put out to pasture. Ended. He's like, just kill me now, please. Zenny Biscuit on the Streamlabs side, circumventing Papa Susan for $50. Says if you want a good modern take on Robin Hood with a great cast and great music, see Errol Flynn's Robin Hood. It's timeless. It's not exactly modern, but it's timeless. Robin and the Seven Hoods, set in Prohibition era.
Gary can't see it.
Az, what happened to your
What's going on?
It went through Pride Month real quick.
What was that? Wow.
It's the fucking Camlink shit, isn't it? Well, it's a pound of crap, that Camlink.
He was thinking about
the Elgato one.
Yeah.
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 Is there an alternative? Is there an alternative?
Yes. Actually, Luke Caverns, our buddy Luke Caverns, found one. I'll hit him up for it. But yeah.
Okay.
There's also the
You can get a black magic.
stuff.
Yeah, black magic converter. Can also do it.
Let's do that because Elgato
Hi, Odin.
sucks. Buy it. Where did he go?
He's done his 10 minutes. Leave him alone.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen,
River literally pushed something on the computer that exited out the window.
Whoa, easy, boy. Easy. It's a family show.
Is that your dog? Is that a cat dog? I can't see.
River. Yeah, she's black. Okay. Jeez.
When I have Buddy in my lap, he basically blends into my shirt.
If you want a good modern take on Robin Hood, this is a good movie, actually. Robin and the Seven Hoods, set in Prohibition era Chicago, starring Frank Sinatra, Bing Crosby, Dean Martin, and Sammy Davis Jr. Also, Odin, please pray for me. I start OCIA tomorrow. Hopefully, I will be officially Catholic by Easter. Hail the Fellowship and the 199.
Did it actually say OCIA?
Yeah.
OCIA.
That should be RCIA.
Oh, I was like, is that like Catholic boot camp or something like that?
Yeah, it's when you're when you're in the process of converting, you learn about the faith from RCIA.
The CIA.
Oh,
They've infiltrated, man.
Buford T. Justice.
Up, Buford.
$49.99.
Come on, bitch.
To all the La Raza Blue Beetle fans out there, Blood In, Blood Out is a terrible movie that real Mexicans everywhere laugh at. Taco, 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 taco.
That movie's a classic. Stop.
Why so racist?
American Me. Great fucking movie.
American Me is good.
American Me is the shit.
Nacho Libre is a better Mexican movie than Blue Beetle.
No. The greatest Mexican movie ever is Three Amigos. Okay.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
Do you have anything besides Mexican?
So good. It's a plethora.
A plethora of piñatas.
Do you know what a plethora is?
I forgot about that. I need that clip. Oh my God. Blue Beetle was approaching what if Miles Morales was Thor levels of stereotyping. How am I supposed to say this? Is it like
Arganother name?
That's it. Yeah, for $49.99. Great job. You did way better than I would have. I would have given myself a stroke trying to pronounce that. But you're right. You're right. By Odin's Fade. God.
Hey, the Blue Beetle did 684,000 in the cinemas yesterday.
Collectively?
And,
so what's that per theater?
Yeah, that's $177 per theater.
Oh, that hurts.
Wow.
Yeah, but I think it's gonna end up right around like the Shazam 2 numbers. I think it's gonna do better than it domestically, but I don't think it's gonna do as good internationally. At least that's what it looks like.
Oh, it's doing appalling internationally.
Yeah.
And with how many tickets, how much it costs for a ticket these days? That's what probably 2 families worth of tickets per.
It's such a surprise.
And Mexican families are huge.
They could have saved their money and just bought tacos.
I wish I would have bought tacos, to be honest with you. It's such a surprise it's not doing well internationally. This very specific movie about a specific region, about a specific demographic, and that it's in a demographic within a demographic in Southern California that takes place in DC, Miami.
It's such a weird sales pitch because you could tell they were trying to go slightly for the Wakanda Forever vibe, like El Wakando Forever or something instead. So like trying to really, really hammer down on this target audience, but it's way, way, way less approachable to anyone outside of a very, very much smaller community. At least with Wakanda Forever, it was a generic African American depiction of what Africans are like, which is incidentally like really quite racist. If I'd written a script in which I cast Africans as spear chucking, rag wearing, monkey noise making savages, I would be cancelled immediately. But if an American person does that,
okay, it's a black guy that did it.
Color, then that's fine. Yeah, it's an experience, but yeah, it was never going to be so successful because half of South America hates the other half of South America anyway. So
I'm surprised they didn't try to play the movie at a Home Depot or something.
You knew there would at least been an audience in the parking lot.
You shoot it up onto the lumber lot.
Even they wouldn't have watched it.
Where's my taco? I need another taco.
Coming to gardens this summer, Blue Beetle. Coming to poolsides this summer, Blue Beetle.
They could have tried to trick him to go in with green cards or something. I don't know.
I'm really trying to get in the supercut of the freaking Friday Night Tights, damn it. Cut me in.
You were in it. People just weren't very mad at you.
Because of the mustache.
Free citizenship with every ticket bought to Blue Beetle.
I don't know why I ended up getting so much fucking flack.
No laws were mowed during the making of this film.
Free polling card. Free voting card.
Bro, like my one little joke, Mexicans are sneaky, bro. Like, holy fuck. I can't believe that got labeled as like just abhorrent racist nonsense. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
you've said way worse.
You said way worse.
That's how you know they don't watch the show.
Yeah. Have you seen the Batman video?
When I like the movie.
Yeah.
I know. You got to stop liking movies, Ryan.
They're finally coming up with and like discovering. They're like, we just exposed your little trip to Universal that you took. You said some bad things about St. Floyd, and I'm like, you exposed it? It's on my channel. What are you talking about?
That's like old news, man. Come on.
Welcome to a year and a half
times.
ago.
Yeah.
Oh my Lord.
So stupid.
I've gotten messages like, people are being like really cool. They're like, like, yeah, all right. And I'm like, yeah, dude. I'm like laughing my ass off and not worried. This happens once a year. Like
pretty much, yeah.
This happens once a year. It's some form or another. Something like this happens once a year. It's part of content creation. We stream a lot of hours on this channel and on your guys' own. We fill a lot of time. It's kind of amazing we lasted this long, to be honest with you.
This kind of thing happens to Chrissy every month.
Yeah, literally.
Hey. So many people after her.
I'm banned by a cable company. She's banned by a country. Okay.
It's kind of hard to top.
That is pretty fucking, I'm kind of turned on by that. To be honest.
Real quick, Spectrum came over to put on fiber when fiber was available in San Francisco. My son was there for the appointment. The guy who came over was a fucking dick, and he was a dick to my son. So when I heard him being a dick to my son, I went downstairs and told him to get the fuck out of my fucking house. And he had to like clear up his stuff downstairs, right? And as he cleared up his stuff, it was like when we were starting to get prepared to move. We were we had a BB gun down there, right? So the guy saw a BB gun. The guy saw the BB gun and thought like I was gonna pull it on him, even though I wasn't like in the fucking room or anything. So he leaves. He calls the cops and animal control because we had our little dog Gomez in a cage, so he didn't fucking bother the cable guy, and he thought we were being cruel to animals.
Oh my
so this
God.
Fucker quits his job. Spectrum says we're never coming out there again. I'm like, you're gonna send somebody out? Because like you got all your fucking cable all over here, and they're no. And I have armed cops with animal control show up to my fucking house. I've told this story on streaming before. And then they saw, like, I'm like, come on in, right? I'm like, come on in. And they saw my dogs and how fucking fat they are. And they're like, oh, you're
and small.
And small. And they're like, oh, you don't mistreat your dogs. I'm all, no. And then they told me what happened. So me and my son look up this punk we find him on Facebook, and lo and behold, fucking pink fucking hat on. Male feminist was there for the women's march and shit. I'm like, yep, that's it.
So he was a sexual predator.
Yes, basically.
Yes.
Right.
So yeah, Spectrum. We tried to call him because it was the only fiber available in San Francisco at the time, and they said, "Nope, you are blacklisted."
Wow.
Well, that's why our
one
internet's
ass. And
not
now you're in
working.
a better place.
Yep.
Yes, you are.
So I told one ass I had to leave my house for disrespecting my kid. So
Obviously,
He's like-
you're a
and
horrible
I'm
human
trying to
being
do
for
this,
doing that.
Of course, and I'm trying to protect him from my 6'5" son who would fucking deck him. Okay, so I'm trying to like get in between. That's like my son's cool. He's fine. He was chill. He's like whatever. Guy's a dick. But it's going after my kid. So yeah. Get the fuck out of my house. He was bitching the whole time anyway, too. So that's what happened. Yeah, remember the little pink pussy hats? Yeah. He was
Yes.
wearing a pink pussy hat. There you go. Swazi.
Equal pay.
Mm-hmm.
Go women's soccer.
Keith, I love Keith Overman getting fucking murdered by Riley Gaines. Yeah,
Riley Gaines.
Yeah, that was fucking great.
He is so
Destroyed
fucking
him.
just deranged.
Yeah.
That thing he tweeted with him as Oppenheimer, just like a real boomer meme. Like,
Somebody replied to my tweet, and they're just like, "Does this guy have a humiliation fetish?" And I think he does.
I think he's just retarded.
He just every time I've seen him, he's just been annihilated by everybody. And he can't keep a job.
Well, it's funny. Dan Patrick talked about this a long time ago because, Keith Olbermann was on KTLA Channel 5 back in the 80s doing sports. So this is prior to ESPN. So he was always kind of a funny sports guy. But then you find out later he was a complete psychopath, lived with his mom till he was well into his 50s, lived with his mom. This is stuff Dan Patrick said, by the way, and Dan Patrick always called him the tortured genius. By the way, this is a guy who's been fired from multiple jobs for screaming at people and throwing things around and getting violent. He's he's a psychopath. It looks like he's got some serious mental issues, obviously. But is he still broadcasting from his balcony?
I don't know. I haven't seen stuff like that recently. I'm not sure.
Did News Nation pick him up? Because I know they picked up Cuomo.
Yep.
And Bill O'Reilly is now popping on there. So yeah,
all the people that were on opposite sides are now working together.
Yeah.
Almost like they were working together the whole time.
It's like it's fortified or something.
Yeah.
Well, Little Platoon was talking earlier. I meant to bring it up. So coincidental. When all the streaming services were available right around 2020. It was really coincidental. Now, I know they were working on them for a long time, but it's just amazing how that happened so conveniently. I mean, absolutely a coincidence. Couldn't be a conspiracy. Bob Iger, the CEO of Warner Brothers, they don't have ins with politicians and might have information early. That would be crazy to think that. Yeah, sure, Twitter was filled with feds and alphabet agency people. That doesn't happen in Hollywood, though. Not at all. Never. Now the producers are hiring the same crisis team, by the way, for the strike. The producer, I call them the armpit. It's like the AMPPT or whatever. That dealt with Pizzagate to try to fix the strike. So I think an Obama speechwriter just got a major fucking job at one of the studios, I think. I'm trying to remember this right.
No, at Disney. Yeah.
Disney. Thank you.
They don't want to be involved in any politics. They're just, hiring Biden employees.
Yeah, but I mean, it's all just a coincidence, everybody. It is.
Yeah.
Swazi cheeks.
Yeah, see?
For $50.
Speedy Gonzalez is trending, by the way.
He
Speaking
is?
of
Let's
offensive
go.
Mexican stereotypes.
Yeah, he is.
One of my favorite characters.
Happy 70th birthday. Damn.
No
He's
shit.
fucking old. Yeah.
My favorite was Slowpoke Rodriguez.
That lazy mother.
That guy.
You identify with him a little bit?
I do.
Okay, just saying. Let's just be real. First time Garrett was at my house, I asked him to clean my pool. So,
and he wasn't even there.
Yeah.
He wasn't even there.
No, Ivan mows my lawn from Geeks and Gamers. He flies out here and he mows my lawn.
Okay.
Swazi Cheeks for $50. 50. Says, what's funny is people got upset when Jill Biden taco bout comparing Mexicans to breakfast tacos, but a movie that blatantly plays on the stereotypes of Mexicans and gets pointed out for it, they lose their minds. And those who noticed it, hail FNT. Hail to you. Well, I would certainly be in an awkward position if I did not like Mexican people, seeing that my in-laws, my little sister, my nieces, my little sister's husband's name is Jesus. So it's going to be a really awkward Christmas dinner this year. No, it's not. I don't give a fuck.
Why? Because there's no tacos.
What are these videos, Gary?
No, Jesus.
Well, the funny thing about a lot of these people are complaining is like my wife's dad is darker than them. It's pretty funny.
And my brother-in-law, Jesus, does make salsa. He makes his own salsa that was available in grocery stores and stuff.
It's the town I grew up went in high school in is about like 35% Hispanic, almost exclusively Mexican. There's a lot of factories up there and stuff. I'm just I'm mind blown with all this stuff because I could not imagine any of the people that I grew up with or went to high school with getting offended about what we said.
No way.
It's
not in the
just
least
so fucking wild to me. It's just got to be these people that are living in cities that have got pronouns in their bios that are brought into Latinx, Latin, all that bullshit. Just absolute fucking retards.
Dude, I had a friend named Juan. We constantly made fun of that.
Yeah, if they want a gender neutral word for Latino or Latina, it's Latin, not Latin.
Yeah, dude.
You stupid morons.
When I was working at the auto shops, we would give each other so much shit, and it was horrible, and it was fun. And you know what that means? There's trust. When I call Az a man tit loving son of a bitch, he knows that I love him.
3 hours we got through this fucking show.
But it's trust. It's trust. I know Az,
and it's true.
I know Az likes man tits, but he's not going to get mad at me for pointing him out.
He never does.
Because we're friends. It's all right.
Whatever. Just you wait till you come here, man. I'm going to push you down the fucking stairs.
We should make that video.
You, Gary. Oh, he's fallen and he'll never get up.
Cameron Nance for $49.99. Oh, no.
Almost 50.
This is my father unexpectedly passed away on Tuesday.
Sorry to hear that.
Sorry.
Oh,
Cameron.
that's sad, man.
He introduced me to Lord of the Rings, Star Trek, Star Wars. Good dad. Though
Great
the
dad.
current bearers of these properties have run them into the ground, you all have helped fill the void and continue to do so now. Thank you. Cameron, thank you. Sorry. Condolences to your pappy.
Yeah.
That one doesn't get better.
No, it doesn't.
It does. Yeah, it just doesn't. But that's good. That's good because the feeling the loss means he was a good dad. So, Eric John Pizza Art for $49.99.
Yeah,
great pizza art.
Fantastic pizza art. I have some pizza art in my hallway going to my bedroom from Eric John Pizza Art. So go check him out. Follow him on Instagram. Follow him on Twitter. Great show as always, everybody. I just sat down with the executive editor of Variety, Brent Lang, for my podcast. It was an interesting conversation. I mentioned you, Gary, and he said that Hollywood is aware of YouTubers like you and can't ignore them. Wow.
Good.
Does that mean you'll be the villain in She-Hulk season 2?
Yes.
It'll be a drunk Scottish guy and a nerd. Oh, could you find what Lady Greymaster found with Liam Neeson, Garrett? We do need to play that because it's pretty funny. Thank you for mentioning it. And no, they can't. When I went to LA with Chris for LA Comic-Con, Drinker got mentioned all the time by people who work in the industry. Everybody's like, do you know Drinker? And because he's very respected, and because he's respected and also a very nice guy, just happens to be a really humble, nice guy. he has tons of power. He has tons, and it's because he's honest. Because he's fucking honest. That's it's really simple. You know, there used to be critics like that. You know, back in the day, Roger Ebert, Gene Siskel, Rex Reed. You know,
Harry Norman.
Yeah, proper critics. You know, and you know, they would criticize the shit out of a movie, but they'd still be friends with the director they criticized the movie out of, because like people used to be able to be friends and disagree. You know, but now it's all payola and shit, or you know. Sucking Disney's D, saying things like Papa Iger, like a straight man saying Papa Iger. What the fuck?
Unironically.
Yeah, that should never come out of a straight man's pie hole, like ever. Daddy Iger, oh my god!
It's
woke.
It's just an extension of the cult mentality. It's no longer about quality; it's about brand. And that's what they've taught fucking retards to go for.
Yeah.
You know, that's why you have fucking retards defending retarded shit.
It's a lifestyle brand.
Yeah. And boy, is it a certain type of lifestyle.
What's the best part of the Liam Neeson thing that you wanted to?
It's at the beginning, first 48 seconds. So just start it up. So Liam Neeson is talking to Conan O'Brien.
This is from like months ago.
Yeah, it is. But I just saw it, and it's about kind of what he says at the end. So it's
maybe here.
No,
They're diluting the whole thing.
You can
all the time.
You can play it up until like 40 seconds. You can play 40 seconds of it, I think.
Not all the time. It is a cult.
It is, yeah.
There's so many movies and spin-offs now. I think no, you're diluting the whole thing. I think that's my personal thing, and. But yeah, occasionally, you know, there's kids after the Star Wars autograph, and I don't want to give autographs. We're in an airport. Oh, it's not the kid; it's the grandfather. There he is, or the dad. You know, horn-rimmed glasses and a beard.
Hey!
Yeah.
Oh, you know what I'm going to do? Pause it right there. You know what I'm going to do? When I see you, Liam Neeson, I'm going to ask you for a fucking autograph, and I hope it's in a fucking airport. I'm going to do it.
But I'd ask him for Darkman.
Qui-Gon Jinn.
But it is.
I like Darkman. It's a really.
It is a bit cult. It's a little cultish now that it's went to Disney, because there's a Disney cult. There's an absolutely that Disney adult thing is it's a little weird, man. I mean, like you do your thing. You know, I think furries are weird too. Don't think they shouldn't exist. As long as they don't like.
I do.
I do.
You know,
I think it's bestiality by proxy.
And they know.
Yeah.
I just don't want to fucking see them. Okay, they're long in a quarter. What happens is the furries like took over Comic-Con and took over fandom. So you know,
I had a sponsor pull out of a video a couple of months ago because I took the piss out of furries during Pride Month. I was like, well, hang on, wait, whoa, hold on. Furries are not even in the broadest definition of the alphabet community. Furries are not a thing. Furries are just comical and they should be mocked. And I had a sponsor say, well, we have to be very sensitive because it's Pride Month, don't you know? And I was thinking, I am not straight and I am offended that you are putting me in the same category as
I would have loved it. I would have loved it if you played that card. I would have loved it if you just said back on, do you know I'm fucking gay?
I went back to the agency and I said, look, I said that to the agency and they said, yeah, that's not happy. Also, you took the piss out of fat people. I was like, well, yes.
Well, I'm fat and gay. How about that?
So it's going to be LGBTQ plus F now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god!
Furries.
Oh my god! I'm gonna be fucking. You can't say the piss out of me anymore.
That's not gonna happen,
Because you're
buddy.
gay?
Yes.
Well, back when I was gay.
Not a problem, Gary.
Back when I was gay, I wasn't gay.
You have a problem with it?
Hopefully, in 2 years' time, you'll be able to take the piss out of me again.
I'm going to take the piss out of you all the time.
Regardless.
Because it's fucking fun. Okay.
Taking the piss out of somebody.
Yeah. Well,
that's an interesting turn of
That
phrase.
sounds kind of gay.
I'm going to take that piss right out of you. You got piss. I want it. I'm
They're
taking
from
it.
a country that like calls things ass bridge and the cock walls or whatever.
Oh gosh.
A silly place.
It's a silly
We're
place.
going to Bentcock this afternoon.
There's a town in the north called Twat. That's so good.
Welcome to Twat Town,
I
everybody.
can't wait to go. It's gonna be awesome.
I'm so excited.
It's pronounced
So excited.
twat.
Sorry.
Twat.
Sorry.
It's an A, not an O.
Okay.
It's twat.
So
Say taco.
it's like the American South.
Say taco.
Welcome to Twat Town.
Twat. Yeah. There you go. What?
Say taco.
Burrito.
No. you because they call it taco over there.
Taco.
Yeah.
It's taco. Taco.
But it's
Taco.
taco.
It's taco.
Take the
Taco.
Garrett.
Twa.
Garrett, you're our authority here because you're almost Mexican.
Basically Mexican Garrett.
You're the closest we've got.
I love that name.
That must
Basically
be what the
Mexican.
3/4 is all about.
Put on a shirt.
It's taco.
Thank you.
Okay.
Twat.
I'll give you aluminium. That is a
Yes.
rad way
Aluminium.
of-
That one's cool.
That
Vitamin?
rules. Absolutely rules.
Vitamins.
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 Vitamins not bad.
Too.
How do you say linoleum?
Linoleum.
Lame. That'd be cool.
Well, actually, we say lino. We call it lino.
Linoleum.
Linoleum.
Lino.
Anthony,
I can't stand how you guys say Adidas.
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 Chad is alive?
Adidas? I
Adidas?
started saying it wrong now.
No,
Adidas.
it's Adidas.
Adidas.
It's Adidas.
Adidas.
No, Adidas.
Adidas.
It's Nike.
Fuck it. Nike.
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 Oh, you don't say that.
No.
Nike. Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
you fucking
Nike.
don't.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Nike.
Fuck you. You don't. I don't believe you.
It's
Ryan hasn't said a word for an hour.
I know.
And he's supposed to fuck off and fuck you.
That's right.
It's on brand, man.
That's all right.
As it's Nissan.
Nissan.
It's
Nissan.
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 See, look.
We interrupt this episode of Friday Night Tights for a vocabulary lesson.
Jaguar.
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 I feel very
Jaguar
nice
is also a
for
cool
my
one.
British
Jaguar.
brother right
Jaguar.
here, we have the right
Jaguar.
pronunciation as Jaguar.
Well, you like.
No, actually, well,
Jaguar.
at the dealership the Jaguar dealership I worked at made you say it like that. They're like, no, it's a Jaguar. I'm like, I really got to put that fucking U in there. Yep. Okay.
Jaguar. Jaguar.
Anthony Jaguar. Jason Platten for $50. Is it just me, or is it Little Platoon guy too intelligent for FNT? No.
No.
It's not just you. He is smarter than all of us combined. So there you go.
It's just the accent. Honestly, I can get away with saying so much utter bullshit with this accent.
Yes.
Like, half of the stuff I'm saying
That's
is
fair.
probably
Yeah,
wrong.
that's true. Yeah.
Somebody asked me in private chat on Twitter, they're just like, what's his accent from? And I said, his accent's posh. and they said, "Lol." They said, "Oh no, your accent's fine." I was like, "This guy will have me cleaning his fucking chimney."
Yeah. What part of the UK is posh?
Anywhere but the north.
Somewhere below the M25, I think.
Yeah. Where's Poshshire? So every time he speaks, I feel my IQ rising. I can't decide if I like it or not. Always love you guys. Thanks for keeping me entertained during current entertainment drought, says Jason. Thank you for the $50 and kind words. Subscribe to the Little Platoon. His videos are intelligently savage, and it's really cool.
Thank you.
I've trained my entire life for this one Streamlab donation, and damn it, ain't it a beauty? WG for $100.
What's up, WG?
What's up, WG? I'm wearing your shirt that you sent me for my birthday. I don't feel tardy.
I'm wearing tacos.
Enoch Maman. This is $70. 5 parts. 5.
Dang.
Quattro. No, that's cinco.
Cinco.
It's been a while since I counted in Spanish.
British or
Uno,
Australian.
dos, tres,
Or
cuatro, cinco, seis.
And I knew that. Fucking hell.
Cinco, seis.
Cinco.
I get messed up at round seis. I don't know after that.
I used to know it. I haven't counted.
Sueve.
11, 12, 13, 14.
I haven't.
I watched this fit Mexican lass do aerobics, and she just speaks in noise.
Uno,
but she
dos,
talks.
tres,
She goes
cuatro,
like
cinco,
uno,
seis, siete,
dos,
ocho, nueve,
tres,
diez.
and I'm like, I'm done. I'm already done, love. See you later.
That's why you're in the gym so much.
Trece, ocho.
Doesn't need 38 seconds anymore.
Trece, ocho.
Yeah, no, I get really turned on when she goes, ocho, and I'm like, oh. Ocho.
So now it's 8. Okay.
All right. Enoch Milan says, after not getting a haircut for a whole month and 4 days and a hell at work, Wednesday and Thursday were great. On Wednesday, I went to my family's cabin and did manual labor all day.
You did Manuel's labor?
Manuel
That's
labor.
so nice. Now he's getting like a little bit of time off. He could go watch Blue Beetle.
No,
You really are jogging for position, aren't you, Garrett?
No electricity. Just my dad and some garden tools with the sun out and birds a chirping. Call me crazy, but that's good for the soul. No, it's not, it's awesome. After that, I played Witcher 3 for the first time. No wonder people hate the show. On Thursday, I got a haircut. Yeah, I need one of those. I took significantly less. I look significantly less retarded now. Then more Witcher 3. I'm further than Gary ever will be. Oh, don't say that. I might play recreationally, like not live streaming without ads. That could happen. Probably won't, but it could. It's a possibility. At night, I played Fortnite with Geeks and Gamers and kicked their asses. Well, that's probably not hard. My team went, as a gamer. My team won 3-quarter matches. It's because I had a I thought you were going to say Mary Sue. A Mary Jane skin. Those 3 matches. Never underestimate the fire crotch. No, it needs to be respected. The fire crotch, whatever that is.
Fucking silly cam shit.
Now I just feel great. The point is, escapism is great for the soul. Whether it's Manuel's labor without or with your dad, playing video games by yourself, playing video games with your friends and or friends or frenemies, we all need escapism, especially when your managers pass watermelons like they're footballs. That happened. People who make double my paycheck are smashing our products like 5-year-olds. That's why I had to smash things in the woods, or else I would smash them. Anyway, I'm good now, and Ahsoka sucks. And how are you guys? I hope you're doing well. Cheers to Nakmaman. Love ya. Been around for a long time.
Yeah, I need to give them a call. Manuel's labor.
Manuel's labor. I'm doing really good. Prepping for the trip. Just put out a video today. Live streaming with my friends. Live streaming with the little Platoon, which is fucking awesome. Life is fucking great. Life is great. I'm gonna watch. Did I tell you?
But you're coming to the UK soon, so that'll fucking get rid of that.
Yeah, I know. It'll be like visiting San Francisco, like dreary, rainy, except a lot less poop and homeless fentanyl zombies.
Well, there might be a bit of poop, but it'll be probably from horses.
It's from horses and cows. That's acceptable. Okay.
Yeah. They'll be in the phone boxes.
Humans not from crackheads.
Yeah.
Did I tell you? I probably told
you. And politicians.
Nerdrotic Jr. comes up to me the other day and he's all, Dad, when are we watching Heat? And I'm like, tonight. Like right now. No, I had to buy it on 4K because I didn't have it on 4K. So me and the kid are going to watch Heat tonight. Fucking great movie. And if you want to know who inspired Nolan, one of the people who inspired Nolan was Michael Mann.
Michael Mann.
Michael Mann. Also, there is a David Fincher movie coming out on Netflix that I'm actually looking forward to, The Killer, based on the French graphic novel. The trailer came out. Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. So the 2 movies that I'm looking forward to now the rest of the year, I can't say looking forward to, curious about, are Rebel Moon and Killer. Everything else outside.
You know, Michael Mann's got a movie
the
coming
Marvels.
out?
Excuse
He does
me.
Ferrari. Ferrari. Yeah, I'm watching that for sure.
It looks pretty good.
Looks
Napoleon.
pretty good. Napoleon. Oh man, Ridley Scott.
Hit or miss.
Hit and miss lately. Really
I'm
miss.
gonna watch it.
I'm not sold on
Guess
Rebel
I
Moon.
never missed, huh?
Fucking.
No, I'm not. Rebel Moon is probably gonna be woke trash. Let's just be real.
100% woke trash.
It was meant for Star Wars, so yes.
Yeah.
Star
Didn't
Wars
Snyder
said
come
no
out
to
after the
it.
facts and
So,
say
I
that
don't
the problem with
Oh,
Star
maybe
Wars
that's
is
a
that
bet.
there's,
That's a good note.
there's too much canon in Star Wars, I think Snyder said.
Yeah.
So yeah, the major problem with the current Star Wars productions is people hovering too closely to the canon. That's a big issue.
Well, I think when he said that, it was before the actual purchase with Disney. Because when he approached them to make the film, it was before the acquisition, I believe.
No,
No, it wasn't?
No, he didn't approach George Lucas to make Star Wars movies. No, it was with Disney.
Disney.
Okay.
Yeah, they had discussion with Disney, and he submitted a pitch, and they basically said no. He said, "Well, I kind of like the story, so I'm just going to do my own thing."
Yeah, this was reported around like
2017.
Yeah,
16,
I remember
18,
it happening. So
Bean.
well, and
It looks like every Zack Snyder movie where it looks really cool and then it's not
Style.
very good. It's going to be very boring.
Zack Snyder got a bunch of money because he knew he wouldn't be financially viable in theaters anymore. His name is mud for theaters. So Netflix stupidly offered him all this fucking money, and now he's got Rebel Moon, which is surprisingly enough turned into 2-part it's gonna be fucking massively long, and then there's a director's cut that will come out later.
It's going to be, what, 8 hours long?
Yeah, it's gonna be fucking ridiculous.
It'll be the same
Like a movie
film, it'll
launched
just be
in
that half
December
of
and one
it's
in
in
April or
slow
something.
motion.
Yeah, and Army of the Dead was fucking shit. It was terrible.
So bad.
I didn't bother seeing it.
Complete trash. I wanted to like it too. I was like, this is a cool concept. Zombies in Vegas. It's all shut down. That's going to be cool, right?
Not a big zombie guy.
Yeah,
Slow motion and out of
I'm
focus
so
hurt my
over
brain.
him.
One of the side characters was the best thing, and then they ended up making like a spin-off movie with him.
You know what was better? It was fucking Twisted Metal. 7 out of 10, but it was still better.
I just started that series, and I have no knowledge of the games, but hey, it's
It's
really
fun.
good.
There's have you gotten to episode?
You drive
3?
and shoot.
Did you get to episode 3 or 4 yet?
I don't know if I'm at 3 or 4.
So there's a Last of Us episode in the middle, like, hey, let's be gay.
Just gay lesbians. One.
Yeah.
Where like the entire plot is just that doesn't really serve the
It doesn't
purpose
serve
of
the
like
purpose.
the fuller story.
To be fair to the show, though, they bring the characters back at the end and they do something. So like that kind of makes up for it, I think. But it feels like ESG insert instead of it being part of the plot. You know where it's done well is Umbrella Academy season 1. Fucking done great. That's a
Even
good-
season 2, the portions that I actually enjoyed the most was his storyline.
Yeah,
and it was all about his
he's got
like
the most
love interest. or whatever.
personality, he's got the most
but he has the best.
complexity. Yeah.
There are
He's the best
places
character.
like where all that storytelling works so perfectly well. Like for example, in House of the Dragon.
Yes, it does.
Right? Lenore
Yeah,
being gay is a big part of that. It's a big part of why everyone suspects that their kids aren't theirs, right? Like all these things like put together, it's a big reason why he doesn't want to be there with her. Like that is an important part of the story, as opposed to
and
just doing it for
letting
no
him
reason.
go at the end, which was what everybody assumed he was killed, right? In the book.
It's because he was like that's definitely a change. Yeah.
But it's a change that makes more sense because if he was killed and Corliss thought that, it would be very difficult to have a even after the events that are in the future for them to be allied at all. It's kind of hard to believe. It's kind
Well, that's what he thinks in the show, though. And like Rhaenyra is all she said was, "I didn't kill Laenor. I had nothing to do with it." And her and Corlys and Rhaenys are still backing her, not knowing that Laenor is still alive. My question, long-term ramifications, is:
do they bring him back?
They have to, and then they have to kill him because Sea Smoke. Like, if Sea Smoke's writer is alive, how does Adam Valerian,
Exactly.
Adam Valerian, take Sea Smoke? Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
So here's what I think. I think there's a chance that after spoilers for House of the Dragon. Yeah, sorry. Spoilers for House of the Dragon season 2. It's a fucking book already, all you motherfuckers. But since Rhaenys dies at Rook's Rest episode 4 or whatever this is going to be. Like, since that happens, maybe that's enough to bring Laenor back to Corlys, and maybe he wants to help. And then maybe when we have Aegon and Viserys get attacked, maybe Laenor does something to try to save them. Maybe he's maybe he's the reason that Aegon's able to escape.
Yep.
And he sacrifices himself.
Yep.
And maybe that's how Laenor ends up going out. Like, there's still use for him in the story.
Oh yeah, I don't think
Maybe
he's gone.
like
I don't think he's gone at all.
Yeah, he's been spotted on set, so he's not.
Okay,
gone.
yeah.
All right, spoilers over. Sorry.
Spoilers over. We'll find out. But like a couple of the changes, they weren't a couple of changes. There's context and changes, but like again, the fucking book is unreliable. That's why I kind of hate it. So I like the show better than I like the book. I hate a book it's from 3 perspectives and you can't believe any of them. It's like, well, what the fuck it's fucking fiction. I need a through line here. You know, it's like
Is that deliberate in the books? Because I'm not familiar with the books, but so I don't mind. That's like Rashomon style storytelling. It's that unreliable narrator stuff, which eventually, as long as you get the payoff at the end where something comes true, I don't mind it so much. I like that misdirect.
And to be fair, like when we look at our history, when we go back and look hundreds and thousands of years ago, like everything is told through a certain perspective of what at least the most amount of people thought was the appropriate thing to put down at that point in time, right? To some extent. So yeah, the way that it's told in the book, you have 3 different perspectives. All 3 of them have reason to promote a certain way of thinking. And the truth is, it's somewhere in between all of those.
And what happens though, is that it gets really fucking self-indulgent and stupid at some points. Like, and really fucking goes on and on at some points. But Mushroom is that's the one I believe the most, is fucking Mushroom. Yeah, Mushroom's the one who's like, he's the nasty, you know, he's foul-mouthed, but he's fucking honest. And there's a septum.
So Mushroom is a fucking dwarf who served with Rhaenyra, and he, like, pretty much any story that Mushroom tells is just full of sex and shit.
Well, yeah.
The most degenerate thing possible is the story Mushroom tells.
Yeah, like
he's
like, that's what I'm about, baby.
Usually part of it. And then you have a septon and you have a Grand Maester.
And a Grand Maester who like are both one's science basically, one's the science agenda, the other one's the religious agenda, and Mushroom's the depravity. Now, aside from him saying he fucked everybody, but all the details like seem to favor Mushroom, and the fact that they didn't put Mushroom in this is kind of crazy. So
I think you saw a little side of him. I think you were going to see more because now that she's on Dragonstone. Like,
I think they can introduce him now, but I think that was a mistake to leave.
Did you say he was a dwarf?
Yeah, he's a dwarf.
Yeah,
a little side of him.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, he made a very short appearance in the first season. It was very short appearance, but he was there.
Yeah. And like, is it the Maester who is like completely trying to push everything off of himself? Any reason that he might have sided with? I forget which version that is, but it's clearly like
he's trying to make himself look a little. He was clearly on one side, and he was trying to say like I was more in the middle, but no, he was in the councils with the fucking greens and shit, and
nice to have a great show. It's nice to have a show that when even you start thinking about talking spoilers, everybody fucking takes their headset off because people like it that much.
Mm-hmm. That's what we want. That's exactly what we want, by the way.
Back to that, please.
Magnum Norse for $100. Ahsoka looks worthy of 2 thumbs into my eyes as someone who passed college level physics. I don't even want to talk about the spaceship flip in the ship. The showrunners can flip their own tacos while I generate extra sour cream. Hail the Fellowship and the team. Solid. E. Is this supposed to be a word or is it just E1337? X-Ray Girl.
I don't think
doesn't look like a word.
Elite.
So 7 is a T.
E, and then 1337's leap.
Yeah,
elite.
Elite Neo. You've gamed too much, Az.
That's Hacksaw, dude.
Oh, this is good news. We got 2 more, by the way, and this is good news. He did post. I was very genuinely happy to see it because, quite frankly, all of our edgelords, shit posters have mostly turned into massive fucking pussies. They're all a bunch of fucking little bitches and pussies, but not Mr. Medicare. Mr.
Hey,
Medicare.
yeah. Medicare was streaming yesterday.
The legendary
Yeah,
Mr.
yeah.
Medicare is still alive, as he did his
Barely.
first live stream in ages last night. Part of the show involved playing AI clips of him singing some songs. One of them supposedly being Baka Matia. Time to add him to FNT and credits, perhaps. I'd fucking love to have him on, but you know, legend, dude's a legend. Stay true to the fucking very end, not like the other edge lords who are just bitch lords, just little bitches. Yeah, I'm glad he's. I was like, it pumped me up. I'm like, he's still around because I thought he was done. I thought he was gone. Thought he died. So hope you sold lots of hats, Mr. Medicare. Anthony Pritchett for $50 is the last one. 50. Just listen to John Cafferty's song On the Darks. Oh, we just lost my. Wait, I need to drink something here.
Your taco.
No, that was actually my throat there. Song On the
That was
Darks.
the emphysema.
It's the emphysema. It's coming to get me someday. Again, after a long time. If I had Musk level money, I would have paid Lucas to play that at the end of episode 3. The lyrics mirror Anakin in the movie perfectly. You'll get a good laugh, I think. It's John Cafferty's on the dark side. Okay. No rock and roll, no punk rock, no techno in Star Wars. John Williams' music is a character. Is a fucking character in that in Star Wars, and the fact that they don't have somebody emulating him is fucking retarded. What really worked for Picard 3? What's the thing that actually got me like interested? They emulated the music.
Yeah, the score was incredible.
Like, to be fair to the Ahsoka series,
I'm not going to be fair.
Well, I think that the music in the Ahsoka series is probably
better
than anything we've heard for the other Disney Plus shows. Even the Obi-Wan series, which was supposedly by John Williams, which
But only he did the theme, didn't he? Not the rest of it.
The theme.
That's probably the case, yeah. And I can't even tell you the theme. I can't even think of the Obi-Wan theme in my head right now. That's
I can't think of anything about Ahsoka, any music in Ahsoka. I have none.
I can't think about it.
Music. So Ahsoka is Kevin Kiner, who did Clone Wars and Rebels, and like, to be fair, like, I think he's brought a decent amount of stuff into it. That's probably the least sad thing about the show.
Thematically strong. So the thing with John Williams, what the director for Ahsoka has done is do something in terms of instrumentation to sort of mimic John Williams' style. The thing that really makes John Williams stand out is this use of the leitmotif all the time, every time. He really elevates that from this fairly generic thing in film music where just character has theme to something much deeper and richer. It's not only character theme, it's what the world thinks about the character, is what the character thinks at that given moment. It's the same thing that makes the Lord of the Rings soundtrack so good. And the John Williams instrumentation without John Williams' leitmotif is not really John Williams. So I like the sound of Ahsoka, but I can't think of a single theme from it either. So it's like, it's still, I mean, I didn't really mind when, Ludwig Göransson did the first season of The Mandalorian, which was very different and it was quite creative.
That is
I didn't
theme
mind
that
it
I
for a
actually
TV show.
remember.
Yeah.
You know, like that music.
I remember
I remember it. It's something that you identify with it, and it has
but
that
it's not
feel.
Star Wars.
Not particularly, but I'm fine with that existing in Star Wars. But John Williams, like, there's only a couple of people in history that have been able to make movies sound the way he does.
Well, you
Like, it's just
emulate him.
special.
You don't try to be him. But if you can emulate Jerry Goldsmith, who is just as good as John Williams, okay, as a conductor, you can find somebody, especially Disney with their kind of resources, can emulate it. And they
used to make a lot of games that could emulate that feeling. Like KOTOR, the music in KOTOR made you feel like Star Wars. It felt like Star Wars.
Dude,
so why can't they do it now?
When we were doing that video, Garrett, and I looked at the scene compared to, the gunner scene from the Millennium Falcon to that fucking piece of shit gunner scene in Ahsoka, it really is stark. Like, I watched both scenes back to back, and I'm like, oh, fuck. Like, artistically,
it's like it's building, and it's like
building up
and
to it.
before
Like,
that,
Luke is still sad, and like Han is actually kind to him, and he's like, "Hey, kid, this isn't over yet." He's like being nice, and then that music starts picking up, and they do that scene, and it's like we have creatively, collectively, here in America, we have fallen. It is just fallen. And when something is still that good, that's that fucking old. It's pretty sad.
It was funny. Like I saw on Twitter the other day, someone's like, Steven Spielberg to John Williams in like 1994. Hey, I made some dumb dinosaur movie. Can you make me a theme real quick? That's like John Williams. And it was like a 6-minute open it like Jurassic Park theme. And it's like, holy fuck, this is so good.
One of his best themes comes like late in his career. It's fucking Harry Potter.
Harry Potter.
Yeah.
The John Williams hit list is
it's
unmatched.
It's untouchable.
Yeah.
I will say the love, like Marion's love theme in Indiana Jones sounds a hell of a lot like Leia's theme.
Yeah.
Just saying, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Dude, if you listen,
that's also a banger.
No,
of a freaking
you got to listen to the Star Wars soundtrack, the Superman soundtrack, and the Raiders of the Lost Ark soundtrack. There's a lot of similarities.
There's a
there,
lot
okay?
of similar, some similar.
But then
motifs
even in a
and,
smaller
it is-
film,
It's in Harry Potter, which are the exact same tracks as Star Wars: Attack of the Clones as well, because it came out like he goes through phases. So obviously, if you're that prolific, then you do have to reuse certain things. But there's a couple of bits in, I think it's the second Harry Potter film soundtrack, which are just note for note exactly the same. And I think that's the last of the films that he did as well.
He did the third one, which is his by the way, that's his best one. He did Prisoner of Azkaban, and that was fucking great, dude.
He changes it up. He makes it match the tone of the movie.
There's parts of Chamber of Secrets that sound exactly like the fucking Attack of the Clones and Phantom Menace. I can't even tell the difference.
And I love it. I think Little Platoon was talking about it. What he does really well is that heart. It makes you feel emotion. It makes you understand what the characters are feeling. And I don't get that
even
these
with his
days.
smaller
There's
films, like the film
Yes.
Hook. Like seriously, like you think about like the scores. Typically, you don't think about Hook, but listen to the soundtrack and the score for Hook. It's still great.
It's not real, is it?
Yes, I think so.
No way. This
What?
No.
No.
What?
That can't be real. Is that Peach as an elephant?
Representation matters.
This can't be real, bro.
No way.
You can't tell these days. You really can't.
It's still funny.
Women posting their L's. Yeah, classic.
Yuck.
No. I don't think it's real. I refuse.
It's fucking funny. Either way, I
It
don't
is
care.
because she's fat.
Now the fat people are mad at us.
I think we hit every
Yes,
demographic
I am.
this
I
episode.
am.
Hey, if the fat
Canceled by everybody.
If the fat people get mad at us and start chasing us around, we're saving their lives. Okay,
Yes.
because they're running.
That's true.
Okay.
In all fairness, I'd have had a heart attack halfway across.
Az is well on his way to becoming a former member of the fat community.
Yeah, Az is
So,
looking.
that's always a good thing.
Sexy and good.
Working
And,
hard.
Really proud of
It's
him.
all camera angles. All camera angles.
Well,
dude, go back and watch some of your videos. You're probably not.
You
seeing
can
it.
you can tell.
Go back 7-8 months. There's a huge difference. So it looks
Bro,
good.
at least
well
a pound
done.
and a half.
Yeah,
You look good, man. You look good.
At least a kilogram, whatever the fuck that is.
2 stones.
Stones.
2 stones. 2 stones.
All right.
Not scones.
We'll get.
Love it. That was my problem. I had way too many scones.
All right, we're gonna wrap it up
With jam and cream and butter and.
And I'll do a square.
And
up from-
Vegemite.
Maybe I'll do a square up from the airport. That'll be fun. We're gonna wrap it up. It's been a fun show. It's been a really fun show. I finally figured out an audio question I've had since I started live streaming. In the middle of the
Figured it
show.
out.
Figured it out. Calling it. That's a win. I call that a win. Yes, we did mute the show. It was at peak viewers, but
We did.
we did. It was peak
Yeah,
viewers.
10 seconds.
We were like this far away from 15,000, and I fucking beep beep. How'd we do on Rumble today?
Well,
that's a long story.
That's a long story.
You guys didn't tell him?
Simple answer is nothing.
No, we already
You guys
started.
didn't even tell him that Garrett set it up wrong?
I fucked it up. I set it to the private channel and not the main channel.
So I guess we didn't do very much on Rumble today.
No,
I guess that's the answer.
Would be correct, sir.
Not really, no.
Would you say we had one hold viewer?
Could be better.
Could have been
Could
better.
have been better.
Okay.
Could have been better.
So UK, I'll see you in a couple of days. See you in a couple of days. It's gonna be fucking rad. Yeah. But yeah, till then, watch the video I just put out. Watch this show a lot. I'm sure it didn't get demonetized because of Ryan's lovely speech in the beginning of the show.
It'll be fun.
Good. We had a bunch of Spanish before. So.
Yeah.
Oh, we are limited. We are limited. Yes, we are. So
wow.
We kind of always are during
Go ahead
the
and
show.
request.
You can fight
Request a review and see it get denied immediately.
Does that mean we're banned in certain countries? You could say.
No. Well, yeah, maybe. Maybe we're banned in Mexico.
Perhaps.
That's all right. Hopefully our show can crawl across the border and get through.
Well, it's easy to go that way.
It could tunnel. It could tunnel
quite
under
porous.
the wall. Yeah. Yeah. Odin, what do you got coming up?
Oh, what's going on? OMB reviews. Check me out. I got a stream tomorrow night. Gonna be talking about the box office. Equalizer 3. It's actually a pretty solid film. I recommend y'all checking it out.
God, I wanted to see it before the show today, and I didn't get time. So I'm gonna see it in the UK probably. There you go.
There you go.
Go to what's the square again?
Leicestershire Square.
Worcestershire Square.
Like the sauce.
Excuse me, please. Can you tell me how to go to Leicestershire Square?
You're looking to get
as a
stabbed?
British person, we will fucking die inside when somebody does that. Just die.
Well, is it German? So.
Yes, you see, if you want to go to, it's actually pronounced Leicestershire Square. You see, that's what a German would correct you in a very polite way, and then they would start a war.
Is it? I think Adidas is actually German, right?
Adidas.
So it might be Adidas.
You mean? So is it really
Adidas? Oh, that's right.
Adidas is a Greek god, isn't it? Like Nike. Both of them.
Like
Greek,
Nike, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
that's right.
Gotta train.
No, Nike isn't Nike a city?
Nike is a Greek god.
You know what else? You know what else they have in common?
Also,
4-year-old
Egyptian,
Asian girls making the shoes as slaves.
That is a thing.
Did I bring it down with some truth? Sorry.
Man.
I mean, to make
I
it
like
better-
those shoes. I like both them shoes, man.
Patriarchy.
It was a Greek god.
They're
No, it's a
small
slave
little
ring.
hands, you know.
What do you have coming up, Comics Division?
I released a video today called Shay White and the Seven Revolutionaries, so go check that out. Yeah.
Oh.
It's kind of funny. Yeah.
Shay Zeglera.
Yeah. Oh, the great thing is Tox came up with this great mashup between Rachel Zegler and Shay Rivara, and it's like that has to be a T-shirt. So we're working on that next.
Yeah,
That's
I
gonna be
want to
fucking
see
funny.
Che Guevara. Get AI him as Rachel Zegler. I want to see him go weird, weird.
I thought you were gonna say AI is Ra's al Ghul.
I was thinking that as well.
I thought you were gonna say
I'll
that.
send you the.
But I can see it when I.
I'll DM you the picture.
What?
Dude, it's
Ra's al
fucking
Ghul
funny.
is kind of based. I don't think he'd like Che Guevara very much.
No, not in the slightest.
That's right. What do you got coming up? Exure Agu.
Tomorrow I'm going to be streaming in the morning, probably Starfield, and reviewing my hiking trip. For those who are actually interested, mostly cows and sheep, and yeah. But anyways, and then I'll
Cows
be
and sheep are interested?
Wow.
Well, no,
I think a lot of people just got
Yes.
weirdly interested, and I don't want to know.
I met so many cows. They were so cute. I named one Jay, and I met a bird and named one Epic Mike.
Dang.
Named the cow Jay.
Well, it was a girl cow, so.
Wow.
Love you, drunk.
How does that make
Dang,
it
that get
better?
worse. X-ray girl.
Aren't all cows girls?
Oh, the ones in the herds are girls. They keep the bulls away from them so
It's
that
the-
they don't,
It's
you know.
it's the cowing
It is.
game. Happy birthday, drunk 3PO.
yes, the UK. I'll see you guys there.
Yeah, hey, we missed you mainly because we didn't know how to do any math while you were gone. So I'm glad you're back.
It was really bad.
It was really bad.
I'm scared to see how the streams went.
Oh, they're
should
a hot fucking mess. Believe me.
You should be.
No, Lady Great Master did a good job. She did a good job. I for one did not, but there you go.
That's part of the show, though.
Go to Black Garrett.
Hey, I'm gonna go to bed right after this because I'm trying to get my sleeping schedule on because it's completely off. It really would suck to have to stay up late and do this show.
I am exhausted.
Be exhausted. So I'm gonna try
right
and
now.
change that.
I don't know how you do this, Chad.
Oh no, when we go over there, we're
Yeah, I know it is pretty. I'm glad you guys are giving me some sympathy because I have found it, a little bit hard. But I thank you for acknowledging my sacrifice.
Sure.
Yeah, Shad. Yes,
Shad.
Yeah.
Shad.
Like,
Yeah. We're always looking out for you, Shad.
Or Shad.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
We care about you, Shad.
Shad, you've been looking pretty good too, man.
Yeah. Hey, would this be a bad time to announce that while we're over in the UK, we're going to start FNT earlier?
So is it going to be afternoon tights, noon tights?
I don't know. I don't want to lose any sleep while I'm there. So
Friday noon tights.
Fuck you! Fuck every single fucking bit of you! Fuck you, you fuck!
Friday noon tights it is.
Fucking ears of this shit! Get off fucking ears! You come over, you're not even fucking here yet! And you want to go, I'm going to start earlier because I don't want to lose any fucking sleep!
Yo, it's really hard to be up that late. I don't know how Chad does it.
I try.
Don't be so
glad you're doing it,
melodramatic,
though.
as.
I'm like super old, so I need my sleep. It's funny you say Friday noon tights. That's when it starts on the well, I started at 1 when I was in San Diego. We started Friday night tights at 1 in the afternoon.
Well, in all fairness, no. That's when it was scheduled to start.
All right. That's a good point.
Fair.
We've gotten much better at starting on time, but back then it was easy half hour.
45.
But
To an hour.
Az is the most. Az accuses the most, but the guy who talked the most, because we were there on time, but we hadn't seen each other all week, so we'd bullshit. And it was fucking ass. So
absolute lie!
Oh my god!
An lie!
No, it's not, dude.
Are we starting? And you're there with your fucking vape pen. You're just like, So anyway.
No.
I decided to go to the shops today. And then Mrs. Nerdrotic, she was like, "Do you want your coffee?" I was like, "Oh, that'd be lovely."
Oh, see, that's some bullshit. Az would come in and give us some fucking 15-minute detailed trip to the fucking grocery store.
You can't fucking handle the truth. You can't fucking handle the truth.
You can't handle the truth.
I'm fucking it. We started, Gary.
I hope that fucking cap comes off of your pen, dude.
Shut your mouth blue.
Anyway, Shad, what do you got coming up, buddy?
Well, I'm trying to get this Wheel of Time review out. And so in the background, while kind of been wrapping up, I've uploaded the video and I'm working on the thumbnail right now. And I hope that'll be out in a couple of minutes.
Oh, shit. I'm going to watch it.
Like in 10, give me 10 minutes, maybe 10, 15. I'll be able to hit the publish button. I'm just doing the thumbnail right now. And
so everybody should go right to Shad's channel, Night's Watch, right
That's
after
right.
this and go watch his video. And then Az will probably start, a 15-hour live stream for Starfield?
Yeah, we'll go fuck yourself, maybe.
And then go to my channel and watch my video that I'm about to put out about Taylor Swift destroying Marvel and Star Wars at the
I can't believe. Well, it's so. I don't. You know what? That's just one of those things. I don't. She's hot. I mean, she's hot. I don't think she's like super talented, but.
Well, like her movie or her music is appealable to a pretty wide swath of people,
especially
teenage
girls.
I acknowledge that. I acknowledge that, and I acknowledge that I hate pop music, so it's just not my thing. But she's
Is it
hot.
called pop?
I have to teach a lot of Swifties.
Yeah.
Popular music, yes.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like you're gonna have a lot of people that like it.
Well, in the UK, they call pop music. Well, I mean, it's still popular music, but like pop music to us in America is like bubblegum Taylor Swift stuff. Pop music, at least back in the day, was like Led Zeppelin, like rock too. It was like all music in the UK. So that's a distinction. Like Led Zeppelin,
It really meant popular as like
popular
all
music.
Those, yeah.
But
That's a genre.
If you like Taylor Swift, fine. That's fine. I think the "Shake It Off" song is pretty good. That's about it. Garrett's just shaking his head.
Shaking it off.
Hey. Az listens to Bronski Beat, unironically. Okay, so which again?
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with fucking listening to Bronski
Actually,
Beat?
nothing's wrong with Bronski Beat.
Exactly.
But I listen to I listen to Judas Priest. I listen to Judas Priest.
There you
Rob
go.
Halford. Fucking Painkiller is one of the best workout songs of all time. So,
And they're still good live.
yeah, they are. I might see them real soon because they took Ozzy's place at the Metal Coachella. I forgot what it's called again. Power Trip. Power something. Either way,
It's called Hurry the Fuck Up.
I'm gonna go real slow just to piss you off now. Shad's video soon. Okay.
Thanks for staying up late, Shad.
You're welcome. I
Thanks,
appreciate
Shad.
it.
Thanks for staying up late. I really appreciate it. Ryan.
He's gotta go to the gym too.
I don't really have much. I don't really have much anything. Just making videos, so you guys know where to find me. So we'll be back next week talking about Ahsoka again.
Yes, and maybe not tacos this time. You know, maybe that'll blown over.
Probably not. It's the internet.
My TikTok and Instagram feed is blowing up more. Not, so we'll see.
Well, it's because you have a TikTok feed.
Yeah.
Yes. What do you have coming up next?
I've got some streaming to do. Of course. What a beautiful voice.
Where were you born?
I was born in the darkness. I was born at night. I had seen the light until I was a man, and then it
You crawled out of a hole and
I crawled out of your fucking mama's hole. That's where I saw it.
My God.
Which one?
Pick one.
Thank you, Az. Appreciate it. Thanks for staying up this late. I know it's difficult, from New Zealand, but Little Platoon, thanks for staying the whole time. Really appreciate you. Great job. We'll have you back. Please tell the kind folks where to find you.
I will do so, and thank you so much for having me. It's been great fun. So yeah, main channel is The Little Platoon. I've got a video coming out on Monday. It's only a part 2 review of The Mandalorian season 3, which means naturally it's 4.5 hours long.
Yes.
So that's coming out Monday, and then after that it'll be Ahsoka. And in the meantime, I do a little live show on Monday nights with a guy called The Movie Cynic, and that will be on Monday night. And I'm going to go away and work on that long-ass video after this stream. So, but thank you again so much for having me.
Of course. And like, we got to get you and The Movie Cynic on together. Like that keep that note, X-Ray Girl.
Already done.
We'll find a good movie to have you guys on. I don't think we're going to get those anymore, but maybe something else will happen. But thanks
Like
again for
movie.
coming on. Yes, a movie. That's it, folks. Thank you very much. Thanks to the Nerdrotics. Thanks for everyone who left a super chat and donation. You help keep the lights on around here. We'll be back next week at the same time with.
Sorry, Gary.
Yeah.
You're going to be in the UK soon, so that'll be cool.
Yeah,
and also, go.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah, I'm gonna see you in a couple days. Oh, we're gonna be on Friday Night Tights. I'm still doing Friday Night Tights. I don't know where I'm from, and we'll have Shad will be here, and Adam will be with us. We'll have a whole plethora of people with us, so it'll be fun.
Yeah.
And also, I just hit publish on the video right now.
All
It's
right,
just
go
gone
there.
live. It's just gone live,
Go
everyone.
watch it. Go watch it.
If the
And
mod,
Do it live.
It's only the episode 1 review, and it's over an hour long. So I have things to say.
Eric K already had the link in, like
Eric's a boss, man. Eric K's a boss.
So about a nanosecond.
Even though he
after
trashes
said
me
that.
all the time.
Well, he should.
Trashes all of us, man.
I trash you all the time too.
That's true. But he protect. It's all good.
Yeah, that's right. All right, so thanks everyone. See you next week from the UK. Love you guys.
Bye.
Bye.
God damn, Gary. Some serious gourmet What flavor is this? That's right, it's the all-hell medium roast private blend. Check out the Geek Grind Coffee Nerdrotic page for our other options like the Decadent, Feathers of Liberty, vanilla-infused flavored coffee. Or if you're looking for something darker, try the Dark Roast FNT blend of the Fellowship. You know what? Just buy all three. GeekGrindCoffee.com. Use discount code Nerdrotic.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.